Welcome to the Women in the World Texas Forum. At this time, please silence all electronic devices. Flash photography is not permitted in the theater. Thank you.
Up and now, oh, stand up and now, oh, speak up and now, and make them listen, oh, sing out now, oh, shout out now, oh, you know how to change this place up. The moon into your hands, take command and start to change the tide. It will be a sacrifice. They will try to silence you. They will try to take away your rights. Will they win without a fight? Oh, rise up and now, oh, stand up and now, oh, speak up now, and make them listen, oh, sing out now, oh, shout out now, oh, you know how to change this place up. Is yours to defy. It is yours to defy. The world is yours, is yours. The world is yours to revolutionize. Yours to revolutionize. Oh, rise up and now, oh, stand up and now, oh, speak up and now, and make them listen, oh, sing out now, oh, shout out now, oh, you know how to change this place up. To change this place up.
Good morning. Buenos dias y bienvenidos a San Antonio. On behalf of America's 7th largest city, I warmly welcome this prestigious group to San Antonio, Texas. My name is Ivy Taylor. I'm the mayor of San Antonio, and we are so very proud. Thank you. We're so very proud to be the host city for Women in the World, Texas. It's an honor to welcome Tina Brown and the global group of women, thought leaders and change makers she and her team have amassed who will grace this very stage today. In just 5 years, Women in the World's annual 3-day summit at Lincoln Center has garnered international acclaim for illuminating global issues through vivid storytelling. Among those who've taken the stage are Hillary Clinton, who appeared at every Woman in the World since its inception, Meryl Streep, who's also a co-host of the summit, Christine Lagarde, Angelina Jolie, and one of my favorites, Oprah Winfrey. But the summit's real mission is to shine a light on relatively unknown heroes and pioneers who are overcoming unimaginable obstacles facing women and girls in their cultures. And I know the remarkable group of women on stage today will no doubt empower, embrace, and embolden all of us to think about our world a little differently as women of the world, of Texas and of San Antonio. It is now my honor to introduce the founder of Women in the World. She is a media legend. Decades ago, as a magazine editor, she breathed life into Vanity Fair, then did the same for The New Yorker and Newsweek, and also launching the Daily Beast. Now she has her own media company, which is taking Women in the World summits literally all over the world. Tina, I know everyone is anxious to start this extraordinary day, so on behalf of the city of San Antonio, welcome Women in the World, Texas.
Advancing the rights and opportunities of women and girls.
One book, one pen, and one teacher can change the world.
I was being patient over there because I knew that this man would one day be working for me.
Good morning, San Antonio. It's so great to be here. And thank you, Mayor Taylor, for welcoming us to your remarkable city. Now, when we first planned to be here, there was another mayor who, by all accounts, is really fabulous, and we're actually very happy to have his mother, Rosie Castro, later on the program. But I have to confess, it couldn't be more appropriate to now be in a city that has a female mayor. So, please, join me in applauding Mayor Taylor. It is fantastic that she's here. Before we get started, I just want to thank our presenting sponsor, Toyota, a company that I know is a leading employer and great corporate citizen here in San Antonio, and our partner who travel with us in so many places. Thank you, Toyota. And thank you to our leadership sponsors, the City of San Antonio, and to Credit Suisse, and to our supporting sponsors, Liz Claiborne at JCPenney, the CE Group, Macara Hotels and Spas, and Omni La Mansion del Rio, where I spent the most heavenly night on very, very soft pillows. So, let's hear it for our sponsors and partners. We have an incredible, diverse, and remarkably accomplished lineup of co-hosts that we've assembled for Women in the World, Texas. Mayor Ivy Taylor, Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison, Marie Brenner, Ambassador Karen Hughes, Sonya Medina Williams, Aaronetta Pierce, Sandra Phillips, Diane von Furstenberg, and the great Gloria Steinem. Yeah. And a particular thanks to two more of them. The one man amongst them, Guillermo Nicolas, whose friendship encouraged me to come to San Antonio in the first place. And Sheryl Sculley, San Antonio's remarkable city manager, who's been such a supportive partner all the way. I'm thrilled to be here in the Lone Star State. In April, as you heard from Mayor Taylor, we celebrated the 5th anniversary of the Women in the World Summit at Lincoln Center in New York, and we decided that it was time to take some of the amazing women that we've met to other places. We couldn't think of a more exciting place to do that and start than Texas. From 1924, when Ma Ferguson was first elected governor, Texas has built a long legacy of bold, feisty women who don't take no for an answer. Women like my old friend, the indomitable Governor Ann Richards, who we all miss so much. The remarkable journalist Molly Ivins, and the state's first female U.S. Senator and our co-host today, Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison. And specifically, we've thought you couldn't find a city more vibrant, more diverse than San Antonio, a city on the rise, one that's drawing national and international attention. With its wonderful Latino culture, its growing and engaged Hispanic population, and of course, the world champion San Antonio Spurs. Who have hired the first ever female NBA assistant coach. Even I know that's important, okay? Now, we've put together an incredible program that showcases some of the talented, passionate women of Texas, what they're doing and have done to make a mark on our world. Resourceful, resilient military wives, a mother of invention, Miley Molin, a dedicated woman who's giving immigrants a shot at the American dream. San Antonio's own, the stunning activist, Eva Longoria, who's brought her hero with us today, labor leader Dolores Huerta, to be with us. But the mission of Women in the World really is to open the eyes of American women to places around the world that we may never go and cultures we may never see. We give life and energy, a face and a voice to the stories of women who live behind the lines of the news. A lot has been accomplished by and for women over the past 2 decades, but not even the smallest wins can be taken for granted. The collapse of hopes after the Arab Spring that women would gain new opportunities and freedom, as you saw from some of those videos. The violent repressions of ISIS, the kidnapping of young girls in Nigeria just because they wanted to go to school, to name only a few of the challenges that women face. So while the domestic issues that we face here in America are very important and critical, I hope that the Women in the World Summit will open your eyes wider to the strivings of women beyond this great state, as well as those right here. Today, we'll hear from Sister Rosemary Narumbe, an amazing Ugandan nun and the work that she's doing for women there, and from Robbie Damelin, an Israeli mother who's turned the pain of her son's death into a movement for peace, and from Sarah Crow, who's just back from the front lines of the fight against Ebola in Africa, and one of your own, Bishop Nathan Kortu, who's tending to a grieving Liberian community in Dallas that's losing young loved ones from overseas. We're delighted that Jill Biden is taking the time to be with us. Dr. Biden, yeah. Dr. Biden will focus on something I know is tremendously important throughout Texas, but particularly here in San Antonio with its strong military presence. She'll spark a conversation about the women who are on the front lines every day, the military wives, mothers, caregivers, and breadwinners. And isn't it thrilling to have the legendary pioneer feminist Gloria Steinem with us? By the way, Gloria, I did love your cameo a couple of weeks back on The Good Wife. It's great. I'm grateful that they and all of our participants will be with us to make Women in the World Texas truly memorable. I loved seeing that sold-out sign outside. And I'm very grateful for all of you for coming, and know that each of you in the audience has your own stories to tell. And we hope we're going to hear them, because we'll have opportunities during the day to network, to get to know one another, to get inspired and recommitted to the actions we wish to take when we're finished here. So let's get started, and join me in welcoming my remarkable co-hosts who will tell you the woman that they are here for today at Women in the World.
The woman I'm here for is Dina Meza, a journalist who has been spied on, followed, and threatened with violence and death almost without interruption for the past 8 years. In the Middle East, the war is obvious. We can see the physical destruction of buildings and deaths of people. But in Latin America, the war is different. It is one waged against poverty, hunger, and violence rooted in corruption, which targets people who express their own ideas. Journalists here only have two options. You're either for or against the oppressed. If we can get into the shoes of those who are suffering, we will feel their pain and will be moved to do something. I compare the risk my family and I now run with the legacy which I would leave my children by giving up. I would leave them a corrupt society with a lot of injustice. My children know what I do and they know the risk we run. So no, I won't give up.
The woman I am here for is Aisha Turman, a scholar, mother, and the founder of Black Girl Project. I was an educator, then coordinator of a high school cultural arts and academic internship program in Brooklyn. And I found the young women in the program were coming to me with their issues. A lot of our young women and girls feel as though they are traversing a path of their own, living in a vacuum, but they aren't, and it's important to hear their stories. As a Black woman who was once a Black girl, all of who I was, am, and am growing to be shapes the work that I do. Our young folks need to be equipped emotionally, intellectually, and spiritually in order to become the self-actualized people they deserve to be. As I was able to tell my stories, I became free. And the more you press up on your comfort zone, the freer you become. It can take a while, but that's okay.
The woman I'm here for is Razan Zaitouneh, human rights lawyer in Syria. These excerpts are from a message recorded 5 days before her abduction in December, and she is still missing. The area has been liberated from the regime forces, but we experience daily bombings. At least 3 or 4 people are killed daily in the city of Douma. But perhaps this type of death is preferable to the alternative. The other kind of death is slow and painful because you experience it every second. You see it everywhere. It's the siege, the lack of food, medicine, and oil, and the feeling of being corrupt. It's very difficult to explain what being under siege means. For example, how can you explain to another that your child hasn't eaten an egg or drank milk for several months? These stories are only some of the countless narratives describing life under siege and the regime's horrific violence. But there are many other stories to be told about life, hope, and insistence.
The woman I am here for is Elena Milishina, one of Russia's most prominent investigative journalists who documents human rights abuses in her country. I often get asked how and why I personally continue to work at my newspaper to write what I do. There is no single clear-cut reason. I, for one, can't do anything else. I consciously chose this profession, but I didn't know so many of my colleagues and my friends would be killed. At my newspaper, 6 people have been killed. Each time it happens, it's very difficult. If I were a complete coward, I would never have chosen this profession. Russia is on the list of countries where activists and journalists are not protected at all. But every time one of my colleagues is murdered or attacked, I feel anger and rage. And you know, that can be a stronger motivation than fear.
The woman I'm here for is Tadao Hatnye, a 21-year-old entrepreneur from South Africa who founded Repurposed School Bags. At the age of 7, I lost a school beauty pageant, and yes, I was a part of the bunch that broke down into tears while on stage because we lost. The difference between the other crybabies and me was that I managed to talk my teachers into giving me a prize anyway. We just need to believe that we already have what we need in us to make things happen, to weave a way out of no way. Would it be such a bad thing if we lived every day of our lives being bold enough to do the work that matters to us, and ultimately having the humility to share it with those around us? The idea for repurposed school bags came after seeing problems facing learners, a lack of school materials, and no source of light at night to study. On the other hand, was plastic pollution. The school bags are made from recycled plastic bags. The school bag uses solar technology so that children can study for up to 12 hours. We've secured a factory where we employ 9 women. I can't wait for the fruits of our labor to be experienced by many around the world.
The woman I am here for is Aaronetta Pierce, a human rights activist for Thai Muslims. Her husband is a human rights lawyer who disappeared in 2004. She has been subjected to an ongoing campaign of harassment and intimidation. Although it has now been 10 years since Sonya vanished, I have never given up hope that my husband's disappearance can be solved and that my family can achieve justice and peace. But over the years, the hope has grown thinner. Enforced disappearances affected many people in Thailand, but many are afraid to seek justice. They are scared because they have been threatened. Sometimes they are paid to stay silent. Somchai's disappearance has brought enormous changes to my life. From being an ordinary housewife with barely any knowledge of the law, I have had to struggle to raise my children through this difficult and upsetting time while trying to figure out a way to expedite justice. This culture of impunity needs to be stopped, not just for me and my family, but for hundreds of others who have suffered a similar injustice.
What we are talking about is a revolution and not a reform. It's still true that the home in our country is the single most dangerous place for a woman. It's not the street.
Very good. All right, sit down. We got to get started. We're very, very tight clock here. Welcome, good morning, everybody. As you saw in the video, Gloria Steinem is the face and the brains of feminism in this country. And she's inspired women to see beyond society's labels and for us to join the fight in equality. I like to think of her as a female superhero going around fighting, fighting injustice wherever she sees it. Yes? And, but more importantly, I think, you know, it's hard to talk about you when you're here, but Gloria is transforming the way the world sees women, and I think more importantly, the way women see themselves. And so today we're going to have a great conversation with the wonderful Gloria Steinem.
Wonderful.
Thank you. So I think all of us here, you were kind of preaching to the choir. I mean, we all, I think, are here because we have an interest in making our lives a better place for not only ourselves, but for women in general. You've been fighting for equal rights for women for over 40 years. And can you paint us a picture of the difference from when you were growing up and becoming a feminist and now? And what's the difference? Is it worse? Are we worse? Are we better off? What's been going on?
First of all, when I was growing up, there was no women's movement. And so this idea that women are human beings and maybe we're not crazy after all, the system is crazy, you know, only came into my life after I was 30. And before that, I was really trying to rebel and hoping no one would notice, you know. I felt a unity with other women. I was a journalist. We all tried to help each other as women, but there wasn't a movement per se. And I think what happened was that we identified with every other group that was in trouble. Mm-hmm. And I think that often happens to women before we realized there was a reason why we felt that. Mm-hmm. And then partly because of women who were sitting in the suburbs with college degrees next to their kitchen sinks saying, there's more to life than this. And partly because even in the movements we loved the most, the civil rights movement, the anti-Vietnam movement, women were not equal. Mm-hmm. So for those reasons, in different times and different ways, there came to be this explosion called the women's movement. But the difference was that we were treated with ridicule. I mean, to get to serious opposition was like a big step forward. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And now it is a majority movement. Then it was just a few people and treated like an oddity, like a subject of curiosity. Now all the issues are majority issues in all the public opinion polls. Mm-hmm. And that's a big step forward, but it also means we have a backlash, and we've been having a backlash, you know, for the last, I don't know, 15 or 20 years or so. And nowhere is it written that the backlash might not win, even though it doesn't represent the majority at all.
Mm-hmm. But speaking of that, when you talk about, I'm going to jump ahead to a question since you mentioned the civil rights movement. Every time I talk to people about policy and politics, I say, women are not a special interest group. We're 50% of the population. So why is it that the LGBT community really unites to get behind marriage equality, or the civil rights community really gets behind something like stop and frisk, or they get really angry, people get angry, but the women's movement seem to be a little more factioned. Mm-hmm. And how can we?
Well, I don't see, I mean, those movements are not separate, first of all, you know, because, for instance, on campus, kids are always saying to me, why is it that the same groups are against lesbians and birth control? Mm-hmm.
Right,
you know,
right.
And so, this, but it makes sense because those groups are trying to tell us that sexuality is only okay if it can end in conception. Mm-hmm. So the same groups are against same-sex expressions of love and caring and sex, and against anything, any contraception or safe and legal abortion. Our enemies are the same, and of course, many women are lesbians, are transsexual, you know, I mean, it's not different. Mm-hmm. And similarly with the civil rights movement, Obviously, most women in the world are women of color, and in about 20 minutes, most women in this country, also women and men, will be people of color, because the European American group is about to not be the majority anymore. So these movements are enmeshed. I don't see them as separate. But what makes, as you point out, what makes women different is numbers. You know, I mean, we are half the population, and everybody has one at home, so to speak. So people are more worried about our about our rebellion. So it will take longer, but it's very important that we understand that the movements are all connected.
You, in a newspaper interview, you once said that reproductive freedom is an issue most important to American women that is least understood. Can you explain, what do you mean by that?
Well, I think that the focus of the ultra-right wing on eliminating sex education, contraception, safe and legal abortion, especially in this state of Texas, has you know, caused people to focus on not having children, when in fact reproductive freedom equally means the freedom to have children in safety, and to be able to care for them, and to change the work pattern so that both men and women can care for children. So I think reproductive freedom literally means that. And also what people perhaps aren't told often enough is that reproductive freedom is the single greatest determinant of whether a woman is educated or not, whether she is healthy or not, how long she lives, what kind of, can she be active outside the home. It is, the definition to me of a basic human right is something that affects everything else, like freedom of speech. Okay, reproductive freedom affects everything else. And in addition, for women, it's the reason we're in trouble in the first place. I mean, the definition of patriarchy is controlling reproduction. And you know, if we didn't have wombs, we'd be fine. You know? But in order to control reproduction, to decide how many workers, how many soldiers, who owns them in systems of patriarchal marriage, or to decide the racial proportions, to perpetuate racism here, or caste in India, or class, you have to be able to control and influence reproduction. So it is the basis, it is the reason why women are controlled, and therefore reproductive freedom is the first way out. You know, to say our bodies belong to ourselves is revolutionary and crucial. Actually, in Europe, there were groups of women going to government offices and registering their bodies as their own property. I thought that was brilliant. But in our laws, for instance, in this country, you're more likely to get reliably punished for invading private property than for invading somebody's body. That absolutely makes no sense.
Right. Well, speaking of patriarchal society, let's talk politics. You recently guest starred on The Good Wife, so I want to show a clip, and then we're going to talk about what you talked about in this.
I hear you're going to run for state's attorney. That's great.
Oh, no, it's that was a little premature.
Why?
Because I'm not sure if I'm running.
And why aren't you sure?
Well, I'm a bit overwhelmed at the moment. You know, life, work.
Okay, but show me the woman who isn't overwhelmed.
That is true, yes, but this is, it wasn't my idea. My husband's chief of staff, he asked me to run.
Would you do a good job? You would.
Well, that's not the point.
No, I think it is the point. I think if you would do a good job, you should run. People respect you, and you could make a difference. We need more good women to run.
We do. We were talking about this backstage, but we need more women in politics. And America ranks 98th in the world regarding the percentage of women in a national legislature. Even Latin American countries have beat us to the punch with a female president. Why do you think that is? What is the problem? Why there isn't a greater number of women in politics?
Well, you know, I think we can name a lot of obvious reasons, like money, like resentment of, or responsibility for kids, or, you know, we can name all kinds of reasons. But I think there's also a deep reason, which is that we are accustomed to thinking of female authority in childhood. I mean, we as women probably have been raised by women more than by men, and certainly men have. And therefore, we haven't seen enough female authority in public life to get us used to that.
Mm-hmm.
So there are a lot of people, and I think especially men, as you see the way they behave on television when they're discussing Hillary Clinton and so on, who, when they see a woman in power in public life, feel regressed to childhood. I mean, the last time they saw a powerful woman, they were 8. You know? So they say ridiculous things. Big, serious men on television say ridiculous things about, say, Hillary Clinton. You know, right. I cross my legs whenever I see her. Hello? You know?
Yeah.
She's like your first wife standing outside alimony court. I mean, ridiculous things. These are serious political commentators.
Right.
And I think they literally feel regressed. Mm-hmm. However, the more we see women in public life and in authority, the more accustomed to it we get.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, and I think that is definitely beginning to change. Mm-hmm. And you know, even Juliana Margulies is going to run, according to the script. Right?
Exactly. I'm going to jump ahead because I don't want to run out of time, and I want us to talk about this particular subject because it's so relevant in the news right now. But you're very outspoken about domestic violence. And you have said that in the United States, more women have been killed by their husbands or boyfriends since 9/11 than the number of people killed in 9/11 and the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq combined.
Mm-hmm. And those are FBI statistics, which might be conservative, actually.
And you said in the earlier clip, the home is a dangerous place for women. With the recent events with the NFL mm-hmm. and domestic violence finally getting a face, I think, which there's many faces to it. We've known that, but because it was the NFL, it's now, you know, a relevant topic. What do you think of all of that?
Well, it is our most prevalent form of violence, but I think it's important to remember that because of all the forms of violence against women around the world, whether it is female infanticide or FGM, female genital mutilation, child marriage, the son surplus and daughter deficit that comes from bias and Asia and so on, for the first time that we are aware of, there are fewer women on spaceship Earth than men. And you know, it's crucial that we understand that, because it turns out that the biggest determinant of whether a country is violent internally or will be willing to use military violence against another country is actually not poverty or access to natural resources or religion or even degree of democracy. It's violence against females. Because that's what we see first, you know, in our homes, and that normalizes the idea of subject-object, dominant, passive, controller, and so on. It normalizes control by class and race and normalizes violence. So it's another reason not to see the women's movement as a separate thing over here. It is composed in everything. Absolutely everything. Mm-hmm. And our most prevalent form of violence is domestic violence. Mm-hmm. And I think of these crimes as supremacy crimes because there's no gain, you know. There's no money, there's nothing. It's about the obsession, which men didn't invent, they got born into this system, mm-hmm. of feeling that you are not masculine, a real person, whatever, unless you're in control. So you get men, incidentally, almost 100% white, male and not poor men, going into public places and shooting people. Mm-hmm. Killing their wives and children and killing themselves afterward. because they're hooked like a drug on supremacy and on control. It's a tragedy for everybody.
It's interesting. I've never heard it put that way, where there's nothing to gain. There's nothing to gain.
No, nothing except supremacy, the idea of supremacy. If I can't have you, no one will. How often do we hear that?
All right, I'm going to ask you one question, and then I'm going to ask you who you're here for. So you recently turned 80. I can't. It always, everybody says you should never say a woman's age. Never say a woman's age. In this case, I think we have to.
I have no idea how it happened.
What happened? Where did the time go? What advice do you have for the next generation of feminists and kind of, you know, who's the next Gloria Steinem? Who are we passing on that torch to?
No, there's not, you know, I'm not sure there should have been a first one, you know, because the movement is huge and diverse. Yeah. And I do my best never to appear by myself or never to, you know, because it gives a false idea of who the movement really is. And so when people say to me, who are you passing the torch to? You know, I always say, wait a minute, I'm keeping my torch, thank you very much. And I'm using my torch to light the torch of other people because, I mean, the whole idea of only one torch is bonkers. No wonder we can't see where we're going. Everybody needs a torch. So there's no, I mean, it's too huge and diverse to ever think about just one person.
How do you define feminism?
I think the dictionary is pretty good.
Pretty accurate.
Yeah, it's the belief, I would say the fact, but anyway, the full social, political, economic equality of males and females. So men are feminists, women are feminists, and one day we won't need a word. And actually there are other great words too. I mean, womanist means the same thing. Girls with 2 R's, which I love. Mujerista. I wish I spoke Spanish so it would sound so much better.
Well, speaking of Hispanics, everybody, just for the program, we heard a co-host speak about who the women they're here for. So I know there's a woman here you're here for today. Can you tell us who that is?
Yes, there's one woman, Eileen Hernandez, an African-American woman who is one of the most crucial leaders of the movement, who was a labor organizer, was an early president of NOW, was the first woman and the first African-American on the EEOC. We couldn't have had the National Women's Political Caucus without her. I mean, she's so important. And people don't know who Eileen Hernandez is. So I just want to say, you know, she is a founder of the women's movement, absolutely. But, you know, I also would like to pick someone who's no longer with us, Rosie Jimenez, who was the first woman to be killed by the Hyde Amendment, which forbids the use of government funds for abortion. She was 27 years old here in Texas. She had a 5-year-old daughter. She was 6 months away from graduating and becoming a teacher. Because of the Hyde Amendment, which has probably killed more women than any other piece of legislation, there was no way for her to pay for a safe and legal abortion. She crossed the border into Mexico, had an illegal abortion, and died a long and painful death from septic infection. So, you know, for a long time, we were wearing like POW bracelets with Rosie Jimenez's name on it, and I just want to say, here in Texas, given the danger you all face from the forced closing of clinics, that I want to be here for her too.
I can't believe it. Before we go, I just want, in speaking of these women that inspired you, when we were talking earlier, you said you were inspired by most of the early feminists were women of color.
Yes, I think that's, it's such a source of misunderstanding, really. I mean, for instance, when when Ms. Magazine did its very first poll, a very respectable Lou Harris poll about feminism and support for women's issues, it was 60% of African American women who supported feminism and women's issues, and only 30-some% of white women. And yet the movement is viewed as, I mean, it makes no sense. And La Raza Unida, which started here in Texas, national political party, was the first national political party to support reproductive freedom. So, you know, it's a way of limiting and restricting the movement to say it's mostly white middle-class women. It's just not true.
Well, let's give Gloria a round of applause. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. You guys enjoy the rest of your day.
Good morning, Vanessa. Good morning.
I was brainwashed into like it would be how I would be putting shame onto the family if I got divorced or separated from him. We'd have meetings with my parents, all of the family sit down. Because I had no other choice but to go back to him. In the future or at any time, if anything happens to me, it's them.
Talk about the dishonor of so-called honor violence. Next to me is Dia Khan, the director of the film, whose clip we've just watched, Banaz, A Love Story. Dia, it's an extraordinary movie. Next to her is Joel Pamos. He is the co-director of The Price of Honor, which we will discuss in a moment. But first, Dia. My God, we just saw a clip of that incredible footage of Banaz, who was lured to her family's home where she was raped and strangled by two cousins, plus another man at the request of her father and uncle. All of this going on in London. They then buried her body in a suitcase, which was not found until months later. Banaz is one of 5,000 women and girls who are killed worldwide every year at the hands of their own family because they have in some way dishonored the family, or so the family believes. The actual number, I was shocked to see, is much, much higher. Some people even say 20,000 because these crimes so often go unreported. And all of this, again, going on in London, in Europe, right here in America. These girls are not living in the middle of nowhere. They are very assimilated, and they could be, amazingly enough, the girls next door. So Dia, can you explain the practice of honor violence to us? Why are these girls killed?
That's a big question. Why are these girls killed? These girls are killed because they come from communities and families and social structures where their marriageability, their behavior, and their performance of their feminine roles is considered so important and so distinctive and representative of how their families view themselves. So it's about family reputation, it's about family standing within the larger group. It's almost, when I talk about honor, what I try to make people understand is that it's a form of social currency. It is, if you have nothing else, at the very least you have your honor. You have your reputation, you have your dignity, and you have your standing within the community. And for men within communities that are defined by honor and shame, this is everything. even to the extent where it's worth murdering. For some, it's worth murdering their own daughters for their position and their reputation in the community.
I must say, since I've seen both of your movies and Banaz's story, I have been so haunted by her little face in the video that you all have just seen a trailer of. Can you set the scene for us? Who was Banaz? Tell us a little bit about her.
Well, Banaz was born in Iraq, in the Kurdish region of Iraq. She as a child, she underwent female genital mutilation at the hands of her grandmother. At the age of 10, Banaz and her family escaped and went to London and settled there. By the age of 17, Banaz's father and uncle decided that Banaz had to be married, and they chose a man who was 10 years older than her. This man was abusive, very, very violent towards Banaz. He would beat her, he would rape her. And when Banaz finally told her parents about what she was suffering in this marriage, they told her, you must be doing something wrong, it must be you, so you should go back and you need to try harder to be a better wife to your husband. She did try to do this. She was unable to put up with this life.
Where was her mother in all of this? Explain the role of the family in this.
Well,
no one was to protect her. Where are the women here?
Well, the women, at least in Banaz's family, Banaz's mother was an uneducated woman. She was a woman, I think, who was under a lot of pressure and a lot of difficulty herself. I don't think that Banaz's mother was necessarily in a position to protect her child in the way that we would all think that a mother would be able to. I think the rulers of the family and the rulers of Banaz's destiny were Banaz's father and Banaz's uncles and the wider community, the men of the family. Banaz, when she left her husband, she wanted a divorce. She could not keep up with the constant abuse that she was suffering. She left her husband, started rebuilding her life, and what happened to her subsequently was the community found out that she was trying to regain herself, and they decided collectively on the 2nd of December 2005 that this girl has to die.
But I was so struck by the London police here. Several times she went to the station. What happened with law enforcement? What are the police not doing? And tell us about the woman who emerges from your movie, which I hope you will all see on the web. You can watch it, as the great heroine of this case, the detective Caroline Good in London.
Well, the tragedy of Banaz's case is not only was she betrayed by her own family and her own community and murdered for wanting to reclaim her own life, but the added tragedy is that while she was alive, she had gone to the police 5 times, trying to seek help, trying to say, these are the men who will kill me, I need some help, and nobody did anything. And the thing about Banaz is that she did everything right. We all wish, whether it is law enforcement agencies, whether it is doctors, whether it is school teachers or social services, they all want women to come forward and say, this is happening to me, and I want help, and I want this to stop. Banaz did all of those things, and nobody helped her. Nobody heard her voice while she was alive, and she was killed as a result of it. 5 times. How many times does a person have to go to the police and say, this is what's going to happen to me, can you do something, what can you do? And nobody does anything.
And I think it's important here to jump in and say that this isn't necessarily a cultural phenomena as it is a family tribal practice of some kind, isn't it?
Well, I think that brutality against women is something that happens in every single society. I think the authorities' apathy when it comes to violence against women is something that is widespread and is very significant when it comes to violence against women, period, regardless of where the woman comes from. Where I think we have a significant additional issue when it comes to honor violence is that not only do we have to deal with this apathy that already exists amongst authorities when it comes to women and violence, but when it comes to women and violence within specific communities, I think authorities don't really want to touch it because they're so afraid that they might be labeled as a racist, that they might not be culturally sensitive, that they might not be politically correct. And the fact of the matter is, I actually understand and respect those feelings because I think there are actually very noble intentions. You're wanting to be respectful towards people, you're wanting to stand on the side of justice without prejudice. I really get that. But if doing that at the other end of it, if the consequences of that is the hemorrhaging of life of women and the endless murder and suffering of women, I don't care about those kind intentions.
Oh, a crime
Our
is a
first
crime.
duty is to protect people who are suffering and who are asking for help.
As someone says in, I believe, in both your movies, that a crime is a crime.
Absolutely.
Which is it's a perfect place to talk about how honor violence doesn't only take place in places like Pakistan or Yemen or even in Europe. It's also happening in the United States, and right here in Texas. Joelle Palmos spent 4 years researching and making a documentary about a case in Irving, Texas, which you probably heard about, the 2008 murder of Amina and Sarah Saeed. Again, an extraordinary documentary. Let's take a look.
Amina liked pink a lot. That was her signature color. If she could have put the world in pink, she would have done that.
Sarah was more of the tomboy, really reserved.
All she really said was that her dad was strict. And the relationship progressed. She would tell me more and more horror stories about him, basically.
Irving 911, what is your emergency? What's going on, ma'am?
I'm dying, that's what's up.
Oh, Sheryl. So again, here we have the case of Sarah and Amina Saeed, and they were girls next door, right in Irving, Texas. They could have been in San Antonio, in a place like Stone Oak, any of our suburbs here. But under the surface of this family, there was a harrowing story. Texas mother, born here, an Egyptian-born father who had immigrated. The father wanted the girls to marry someone from Egypt. Is this why they were killed?
That was definitely one of the reasons. The father, Yasser, he wanted to have complete control over both of them. And he tried several times to arrange a marriage overseas. They declined. They didn't want to do it. They felt like they were American girls. They had boyfriends. They loved their boyfriends, and they didn't want to marry someone that they didn't know and they didn't love.
Amina, who emerges from your movie as a kind of extraordinary young woman, her boyfriend's mother is a great character in your movie, and she was a big participant in the investigation, wasn't she? The Irving Police Department has told us that they questioned the girl's mother, the brother, and the uncles, but they never considered any of them real suspects. Do you believe that the family was involved?
I do believe the family was involved. I do believe the police department is not interested on finding more about the case. But definitely, I think the family was part of this. I mean, you watch the film, you know that we have evidence that it shows that people know more than they're saying. It's up to the police to really talk to them.
What happened in Irving, Texas, in the police department that this case has never been solved? And what is the status of it now? Where do they believe that the father is?
Well, police department didn't want to talk to us. We tried to approach him a few times. We don't know where they think he is, but we told them where we think he is. We've been working with a great investigation crew. He's right here in Texas. We believe he's in Texas. We believe...
He's a taxi driver.
He's a taxi driver, and we believe he's still here.
The girls were shot in his taxi. They were found in his taxi?
Yes.
And law enforcement in Texas, can the FBI be involved with this?
The FBI is involved, but they are assisting the main detective from the police department. So if you really want to talk about the case, you have to go through Detective Hennig, which is the leader on this case from the police department. I think they just don't know how to handle it. I think that's the main issue.
But it made all the headlines. You all may have seen it. It's been widely covered on Fox News. It's been in the headlines in Texas in the last few years. And I guess my question for you, Joelle, is how many honor killings are there in the United States right now? We have them on the Texas border. How much of a problem is this really? What are the numbers?
Well, the AHA Foundation estimates between 25 and 28 honor killings every year, only in the United States.
So 28 to 30 every year,
yes,
all over the country.
And we're talking only about honor killings. When it comes to honor violence and other forms, the numbers are in the 10,000s.
You mean in terms of beatings and explain what you mean?
Well, you know, honor killing is the act of killing the person, but before we get there, arranged marriages, abuse, rape, everything else that involves honor violence.
Can you tell us a little bit about Amina and Sarah, just very quickly, as girls in their community in Irving?
Amina and Sarah, they were regular American teenagers. They were great at the school.
I was so touched by their karate coach on the movie, talking about how they love pink and how they were like cheerleaders and...
Yes, and Amina was so strong. Like if she was alive, she could be sitting right here today talking to you and telling people about honor violence. She tried to escape. She tried really hard, but it was too late.
And again, I keep coming back to the role of the mother in this movie, in this case. The mother, many people have thought that she was allegedly a co-conspirator. Where is she now? Why hasn't she been arrested?
Well, again, you have to go to the police for that. We did talk to her in 2 occasions, and she gave us 2 completely different interviews. And we tried to show that in the film as well. She didn't protect Amina and Sarah.
But in both cases, the mothers seem to have been very much aware that their girls' lives were in jeopardy. Yes?
Well, kind of. I mean, in Banaz's case, the mother may have known, she might not have known. The fact of the matter is the men make the decisions, and the men also execute whatever decision that they believe is fit, and whatever punishment that they believe is fit for the girl, and whatever transgression that she may have done. I think what's important to understand when we look at violence against women, or we look at, for example, domestic violence or intimate partner violence, what you have is that you have a single perpetrator against a single woman, a husband against a wife, or a boyfriend against a girlfriend. But the difference between that form of violence against a woman versus honor violence is that honor violence is a collective crime. You have not just a father, a brother, an uncle, a mother-in-law. You have an entire community that is a part of concealing and supporting and somehow being a part of perpetuating these type of crimes. The reason for it is, as we said earlier on, the social currency of honor trumps everything. Absolutely. I come myself from a community where I knew very early on what I could and could not do as a woman. And I also understood very early on what the punishment may be if I transgress.
And you've started a foundation. You've started a foundation to educate the international public. Tell us a little bit about what your foundation is doing.
Well, the foundation was born out of, it's called the Honor-Based Violence Awareness Network, and it was born out of the process of making this film. The reason that I wanted to make this film, first of all, was that I wanted to create a piece of work that would help Western audiences and also authorities in America and in Europe understand what is the human cost at the other end of this issue. We hear about this in the media constantly, and I feel like the media sort of portrayal of a lot of these cases is so superficial, and it ends up talking about religion and all kinds of other things and leaves out the suffering of woman at the other end of it. So I wanted to show how do women experience this form of abuse. The second thing was I wanted people to know that something can be done about this. I want them to be able to recognize the signs of what this abuse is like, what the constructs of this is, the fact that we have to look for multiple perpetrators, not single perpetrators, and the fact that we also have to prosecute multiple perpetrators. And finally, the reason that I made the film is women like Banaz, their voices are never heard. And coming from that community myself, I finally realized that I wanted to break my silence. Silence is what allows this kind of abuse to exist, any kind of abuse to exist, and I wanted to break that. So it's my personal gesture of remembrance and of saying enough.
Well, I salute you both, and Sheryl, I'm really astonished by both of your abilities as reporters to get this remarkable story told. Sheryl, you tried to approach the family and in Irving, and what happened to you there? Can you tell us a little bit about what brought you to this and your method?
Okay.
That harrowing scene where you were sort of threatened out.
Well, pretty much we tried to get everybody involved in the film. You know, we went to the Said family and we told them we would like to talk to you and tell us your side of the story. And that's pretty much the only thing that we could say, because then they call us and they say, I know you guys are in town, I have a lot of contacts, I'm gonna find you and kill you all. And that was the end of us trying to talk to them.
But both movies rely in large parts on astonishing home video. And again, as documentary makers and as reporters, you both, tell us quickly, you both have incredible stories of how you found this material. Joelle.
Someone forgot to pay the storage, the unit, and we made sure that we were there and say, I'll take it.
And that was it, and had been sitting there for years.
Yes.
And Dia, the way you got yours, tell. This is remarkable how you found the footage of Banaz at the police station.
Well, I was actually making the film for about 3 years and had no footage, no photos, no nothing of Banaz. I was trying to piece together the story of this woman I've never met and nobody's willing to really speak about, because one of the purposes of honor killings is not just to murder the actual being of a person, but it's also to murder their memory. So it was excruciatingly difficult for me to find anyone willing to speak about her and to tell me what she was like. And only in the process of editing the film, finally one of the police officers says, listen, I have dug at the bottom of the evidence box that's been sitting there for the last 7 years, and here's this VHS tape. There's probably nothing on this, but anyway, have a look, take it, and see what you think. And because of that setup, I realized, well, it's probably nothing. He already said it's nothing. So I walked around with this VHS tape for the 3 weeks around London, and then finally got a player, put it in, pressed play, and in walks this girl. And it's Banaz, and she tells her own story, and that's her testimony becomes the central piece of the entire film.
Incredible. Well, you have both kept their memories, all of their memories, so much alive.
It's the least we can do.
Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank God we have reporters like Joel and Dia. And thank you too, Marie Brenner, another great reporter herself. It's now my pleasure to introduce a very distinguished guest, Dr. Jill Biden. Like many of us in the room, she's a multi-hat wearer. She's a wife, a mother, a grandmother, an author, and an educator. Dr. Biden is just as comfortable in running shoes at the Marine Corps Marathon as she is in a Vera Wang gown at the inauguration ball. But the most important thing to know about Dr. Jill Biden is how authentic she is. She's truly embraced life in Washington, leveraging her platform for causes near and dear to her heart. And she doesn't just raise attention for a cause, she takes decisive action. She's focused her energy on breast cancer awareness, not because it is a cause du jour. She does it because she has had friends diagnosed with breast cancer and wanted to fight back on their behalf. So she created the Biden Breast Health Initiative in her home state of Delaware. She's passionate about education, not because it gets her name in the news. She does it because she is an educator herself who spent much of her career teaching English at a community college. She launched the White House Summit on Community Colleges because she understands the tremendous opportunities and career pathways that community colleges provide for working Americans. And you may have just about heard of her husband as well, Vice President Joe Biden. Let's not forget him. She shares, of course, with Vice President Biden a deep commitment to the men and women of the U.S. Armed Forces and their families, not because, again, it's the popular thing for a political wife to do. She does it because she's the mother of a soldier, the grandmother to soldiers' children, and she's seen firsthand how deployment impacts the lives of military families. We're so delighted that Dr. Jill Biden has joined us in San Antonio, the proud home to so many military families. Her role as a military mom shaped her life, and she's used her position in the White House to improve the lives of so many of our men and women in uniform and the loved ones who support them. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jill Biden.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tina, for that kind introduction, and it's so great to be here in San Antonio. Before I begin, I want to remind everyone that October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. For many of us, this is a year-round cause, and this battle is personal. We have seen a colleague or a friend endure painful treatments, and not a day goes by when I do not think about the women I know whose lives were taken way too early. Not only are we in this fight for friends and loved ones we have lost, but for our sisters, our daughters, and granddaughters, so they will have the tools they need to overcome breast cancer. So I'm asking all of you here today to continue dedicating your time and your heart to combating this disease. As Second Lady, during my travels across the country and around the world, I've had the honor of meeting remarkable people who lift us up. Moms in their 30s, working full-time, going back to community college to complete their education so they can create a better life for their families. Incredible teachers who keep finding creative ways to inspire their students until they've reached every last one of them. Military spouses going through deployment after deployment, moving countless times, stopping and starting their own careers without complaint. What I have learned along the way is that no matter how difficult the situation, there are exceptional individuals who step up to the challenge, who go above and beyond to make an even bigger difference in their community. I see that type of extraordinary commitment in our service members, veterans, and their families. And I'm always inspired by their strength, resilience, and pride. Today, I would like to share a story with you from January of 2012, when I traveled to Marine Corps Base, Camp Pendleton in California, where I met some truly impressive women. These women were members of the Marine Corps Female Engagement Teams, also known as FETs, and I watched some of their training. Due to cultural restrictions, interacting with Afghan women is off limits to male soldiers, so the FETs play a crucial role on the front lines. When these female Marines deploy to Afghanistan, they work to build relationships with Afghan women, to gain their trust and better understand their needs, and to help bring them access to health care and education. But rather than tell you about what they do, I want to show it to you.
The female engagement team is about a company size, and what we do is we go out with battalions of males out into Helmand Province, Afghanistan, and we engage with the community.
They create relationships with the women in Afghanistan, and they're an important part of it. And we've never heard the voice before of the women in Afghanistan.
Because of the culture over there, our men are only allowed to talk to 49% of the population. And as women, we're allowed to talk to the other 51%.
They help women with the things like all American women are concerned about. They do a lot of health care. They help women start businesses so that they become independent. They help with schools and education.
This is every day you're trying to build up, this country that's war-torn, and women's rights are not even acknowledged in the case of even being seen.
Afghanistan's not the only place we can use it. There's other places where cultural sensitivity matters.
You get a bunch of women in the same room, no matter what country you're from, and you're going to talk about things. And you're going to get that different story that a male soldier talking to a male leader in that village is not going to give you.
We kind of found this hidden talent that we didn't know we had before, so it's kind of a big deal.
Back at Camp Pendleton, I had the opportunity to watch the FETs participate in training exercises to prepare them for what they might encounter in Afghanistan. What I saw was like a movie set. An entire Afghan village recreated, so realistic, they pumped in the acrid smell of goat dung. As part of the training exercise, I saw a simulated firefight in the middle of a village where a woman who was actually an amputee herself, hired for this exercise, was struck by an explosion. Blood spurted everywhere amidst the screaming of the injured villagers. I saw how the FET team members were trained to calm and care for the woman, and then talk to other women in the village about how to take care of such serious injuries. As you saw in the video, I invited a group of FETs that had returned from Afghanistan to my home to learn more about their experiences. One of them was Sergeant Sheena Adams, and she told me about a widowed Afghan woman, a mother of 9, whom she met who could barely feed her children. Due to cultural restrictions, this mother could not work outside the home. Yet Sergeant Adams found a way for this woman to earn an income, and it was pretty simple. Using the mother's baking talents and a son's capacity to sell at a local bazaar, she helped the family create their own bread business. Most of these service members were young women just starting out their lives. What I saw from every single one of them was just how proud they were of their work. They were in harm's way, just like their male counterparts, yet they were doing something that none of their male counterparts could do. They were sharing knowledge and education with women halfway around the world. Their service is truly remarkable. We have asked much of service members and their families over the past decade. They sacrifice so much on behalf of our country. A military family goes through a lot during deployment. There's a mixture of pride and concern that all military family members share when a loved one is in harm's way. Several years ago, when I visited troops with my husband Joe at Camp Victory in Iraq, I spent time getting to know several women service members. All of them loved to serve their country and believed it was their greatest honor. But as moms, even with the help of grandparents back home, it was hard for them to miss out on those important milestones in their kids' lives, like taking them to their first day of school, whether it's kindergarten or college. I remember I met one woman who was really heartbroken that her daughter was starting college, yet her best friend had to take her daughter to the college campus because here she was at Camp Victory. As you can imagine, it means so much to our service members when members of their community reach out to support military families during deployments. Sometimes it's the smallest things that matter most, like a neighbor helping to fix a leaky pipe, a friend bringing over a home-cooked meal, or your church including you in your prayers, like my church did for my family. That is part of the reason First Lady Michelle Obama and I started joining forces. We wanted to show our appreciation for the incredible families across America who do so much for our country. We wanted to show our support not just with words, but with real, concrete opportunities in employment, education, and wellness. From the very beginning, Michelle and I both knew that the American people would come out in full force. But I think it's safe to say we have been overwhelmed by the support shown for our service members, our veterans, and their families. Businesses have stepped up, hiring more than 500,000 veterans and spouses in the past 3 years. CEOs and business owners have seen the value of the experiences and leadership that veterans and military spouses offer. And this past April, we announced the Veterans Employment Center to connect transitioning service members, veterans, and their families to meaningful training and career employment opportunities. States have stepped up, helping schools become more responsive to the unique needs of military families and their children. If you've ever moved from one city to another, you know how stressful and how challenging it can be. For our nation's military members and their families, frequent moves are a fact of life. Each time a military family is transferred to a new location, their children have to leave their friends, try out for new sports teams, and adjust to new schools. You can imagine how difficult that is. On average, military children will attend 6 to 9 different schools before graduating high school. Think about how much we are asking of our military families. While military moms and dads always worked hard to ensure a change in schools for their children is as smooth as possible, unexpected and unnecessary obstacles like transferring records, securing spaces in courses, and staying included in extracurricular activities have made the process more difficult than it should be. In 2007, states stepped up to address school transition issues and developed the Interstate Compact. The Interstate Compact helps students transfer special education services, medical records, and participation in extracurricular activities. I am proud to say, as of just 3 months ago, all 50 states and the District of Columbia have adopted the Interstate Compact. And thanks to Operation Educate the Educators, more than 100 colleges and universities are training thousands of future teachers to be prepared to identify the challenges that military children face. As a lifelong educator and military mom, the way we reach out to military children in the classrooms is especially close to my heart. I know it meant so much when my son was deployed to Iraq, and the teacher, my little grandchildren, Natalie and Hunter, was so sensitive to their needs. And actually, right in front of Natalie's classroom, the teacher hung a picture of Bo's unit so that every morning, every child that walked in that classroom knew that Natalie's daddy was at war. In short, America has stepped up to make a real difference. And I could go on with more about everything that has been done to support our service members, veterans, and families. But going forward, we have to challenge ourselves to do even more. As more than 1 million servicemen and women and their transition back to civilian life, there is more that we can do to welcome them home. In the end, that's what joining forces is all about: connecting servicemen, veterans, and their military families with the resources available to them and rallying our country to do even more. I believe that our military families deserve the very best efforts of each one of us to show them how much we appreciate their service to our country, whatever that small act of kindness may be. I want to leave you with a quote from President Kennedy, and I quote, "As we expressed our gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter words, but to live by them." So thank you, God bless our troops, and let's keep the conversation going. Thank you.
When you move every 4 years or every 2 to 3 years, it's hard to hold a job.
My husband is still inside of that body, somewhere locked in there.
You all are some of the most courageous, resilient, and inspiring people that we have ever met. You just keep serving your families, your communities, and your countries in ways that many of us cannot fathom.
Good morning. I am Alicia Menendez, and I am joined on stage by two incredible women. They represent the thousands of military wives who are the breadwinners, the backbones, and the caregivers to their families while their husbands are deployed. Betty Easley is a Foundation Fellow at the Elizabeth Dole Foundation, and Janet Sanchez is the founder and president of Esposas Militares Hispanas USA Armed Forces. Betty, I want to start with you. You're living this. Your husband was deployed twice to Iraq. Tell me about that experience.
Yes, Greg was deployed twice, 2003 through 2005. He served 2 consecutive deployments. I'm a mother of 6. We have 6 children, 2 sets of twins. So,
yeah, let's just give her a hand for that.
Thank you. We actually lived with Greg being undiagnosed for about 6 years. He came back from each deployment. I'm in full mommy mode. There are diapers, there are fights, there are toys. I mean, I'm being mommy. And each time he came back, I noticed something was different, but I just didn't know what. So, we go through, so he was not diagnosed until probably the process began in 2009, 2010. So that's several years from when he was actually suffering from PTSD, TBI, severe depression. He was having head, neck, and back severe pain from an injury over there, and he never spoke up about it. And so the military demoted him twice. He lost his rank twice due to behavior issues. 1 year he lost the rank, turned around the next year. I had it. I did not know what. We were this close to divorcing. I wish then I had known more. When you're in full mommy mode, it's hard to see those things. It really is, and to pinpoint them. So we lived with these injuries for about 6 years without knowing what they were. So PTSD had moved in the home, and we did not have a name for it. We didn't know who it was. We just knew we were suffering as a family. My marriage was suffering, our relationship with our children, so we just were really going through in the home with him being undiagnosed for so long.
And then, Betty, you add to that a bout of homelessness.
Yes. When Greg was finally diagnosed, the military saw him as being unfit for duty. This was something that turned our world upside down. We were not ready. We had only had 14 years in, so we're saying we've got 6 more years we can still prepare and get ready. And there was not that time allowed to us because he was declared unfit for duty. So at that time, we were in Germany. Landstuhl took care of his process for getting him out. And before you knew it, we were sitting down discussing where are we going to go from here? Where do we go? We haven't saved. Because of the loss of rank, he received no pay dues, which really put a strain on our finances. We had no savings. We had no credit cards. Everything was maxed out. Our credit was at the bottom. And now here we are having to leave Germany and come to where we could have gone anywhere in the world. And I said, Greg, where are we going? He says, we're going to Texas. I said, are you sure? We had to really pray hard about that one. And he kept saying, I want a new beginning, and Texas is the place. I'm from Philadelphia. Greg is from Washington, D.C. We had never been to Texas. We have no friends here, no family here, but it was in his heart. I want to begin again. I want a new beginning. I want to put this behind me, and we move forward as a family. That was established. We're going to stay together. We're going to tough it out, the good, the bad, the ugly, and we're going to Texas. Okay, I'm on board. Where in Texas? Texas is huge. I go back to him. He says, we're going to San Antonio. I'm like, what? So, so San Antonio has been our new beginning, our family of 8. In 2010, we moved here from Germany. We were dropped off by the military, and we have been blessed by the outpouring of support that this state, this city alone provides and gives to military families.
That's right.
Thank you. We are humbled.
Janet, you have been living this for 20 years.
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to talk about some of the structural barriers that military spouses face. One in particular, language barriers.
Yes, we have many military spouses that have language barriers, not only in Spanish, but we have spouses from Germany, from China, from Korea, and they come to the United States and they feel left behind because they don't know the military traditions, they don't know, it's hard to be involved in the community when you don't know the language. So when I started my organization, we started with 10 spouses. In less than 6 months, I had 100 spouses, and then as of now, we have 7,000 members all over the country, and every year, every day, we get more and more and more. There is a huge need for what I do, and I encourage them to learn English because it's very important and we need it. And after that, we encourage them to volunteer in the community, be part of the military community. I don't want them to feel left behind. I want them to be part of that military community. They are part of that family. And sometimes because of language barriers, they feel they're left behind.
And just to distill how real this is, you once got someone's emergency phone call.
Yes, I did. It was a couple of years ago, I got an emergency call. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Of course, my family's in Puerto Rico. 3 o'clock in the morning, I jumped. Something happened. And it was a military spouse crying, and she didn't know where to call, who to call. And she was speaking Spanish, and I tried to calm her down just to understand what was going on. I had a spouse that was left behind. She was living on base with no food, no car, no money, with 3 kids, and the base didn't know she existed. And it took me a moment to grasp what was going on, and I mobilized a lot of people, including my husband. Wake up, get your phone. We need to get this woman help. And we called the post-locator chaplain down there. They didn't want to believe me at the beginning. But yes, this woman existed. She was a military member. She was a spouse. Her husband went to Iraq and took everything with him. So she was left behind with nothing. And the only person that she could call was me at 3 o'clock in the morning because she didn't know English. And I didn't mind taking that call. And I didn't mind helping her and making sure that that family had food until her husband came back.
Betty. One of the structural challenges we hear the most about is employment, not simply for our service men and women, but also for their spouses. When you go in for job interviews, do you feel that there is a perceived bias against you as a military spouse?
Yes, I do. I always worked prior, so when Greg started having to go through the process, we started to transition, I had to actually stop working because I was asked to choose between my family and my job / soon-to-be career. And when I was given that choice, I had to choose my family. They needed me. It wasn't the issue of the children because when I heard my first set of twins, they went to the child care center at 6 weeks old. They were there the day they turned 6 weeks. So it was never that, you know, oh, I have 6 children, I can't work. That was never an issue for me. But when Greg really needed me, my husband, my veteran now, I had to be there. He wouldn't understand certain things at the doctor. He would forget them. He goes in and says, hi, I'm fine. How are you? And, you know, he'll come out. I said, what's wrong? Nothing. So he would not tell me. He wouldn't tell the doctor. So I had to be there. It was not a choice for me. I didn't have an option. I had to go to the doctor and be with him. So several employers would ask me without asking me, literally, you've got to choose here. And I made the choice to keep my family together, to continue to help us move forward. We had to move forward, and here we are in 2014. We have successfully moved forward because of choosing my family over my job at that time.
Janet, when I asked that question, you almost fell out of your chair, so I feel like it's
because it's true, you know, so I have, of course, my spouses are gonna have trouble because they have language barriers, but I have spouses that have master's degree that are prepared and they cannot find a job. And sometimes, and I'm not lying to you, I sometimes say, just don't put that you're a military spouse on your resume, because sometimes that it takes a toll, and it's reality. I mean, I know a lot of companies are helping with military spouses, but at this point and at this moment, we still have a problem, and we want to be employed. We want to have jobs. I have spouses here today with me that I have one that has been here for 4 years. She's trying to find a job for 4 years, and she can get it, and she has a master's degree.
So then, can you just tell me, what do you think the answer is?
I don't know. I wish I could, because then if I could, everybody will have a job.
You'd be elected president of the United States if you can make that happen. I mean, is it just an ingrained cultural bias, or are there things that we can do to make sure you have
the
this
problem is too that when an employer sees a military spouse, they're like, well, you're going to be here only for 2 years, maybe 3, and then you're going to move. So I'm not going to have you here permanent. So if another applicant comes and say, yeah, I live here in San Antonio and I'm not planning to move anywhere, who do you think they're going to hire? That person, I mean, the employer is going to pay for training, it's going to pay for follow-up, and it's logical that they're going to go with that person that lives here in San Antonio and is not a military spouse.
We don't have a lot of time left, but I have to ask you, with what you've been through, where does this incredible sense of resilience and levity come from?
I'm encouraged every day. I had to learn to dig deep within myself. I had to learn to look at me. How could I better myself? As a spouse, as a wife, as a mom, my role as a caregiver has now transitioned somehow into a position of a caregiver where I advocate. I'm a spokesperson for caregivers, and to learn, being a foundation fellow, there are over 5.5 million of caregivers out here to date, based on RAND research, just like threw me back like 5 rows in my seat, because there are many of us. So it's just a place when you want to be better, you want to do better, and you start where you are. I started that day, and we're going to move forward, and I'm going to do what I can do.
And I think, I always tell my spouses, leave one day at a time. And I think that's how military spouses live, one day at a time.
All right, a big dose of perspective. Let's thank them both so much for coming. I am allowed to send you all to break, but also ask to remind you to please be back here at 11 a.m. sharp. This is a very short break. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Women in the World Texas Forum. The program is about to resume. As a reminder, please silence all electronic devices. Flash photography is not permitted in the theater. Thank you.
Liberia.
Sierra Leone.
Sierra Leone and Guinea.
I've seen outbreaks all over the world, and I've never seen anything like this.
In West Africa, cases and death continue to surge. Riots are breaking out. Isolation centers are overwhelmed. Health workers on the front lines are becoming infected and are dying in shocking numbers.
Patient was admitted to this hospital.
The first death from Ebola in the United States.
26-year-old Nina Pham, the Dallas nurse on the team caring for Thomas Eric Duncan, got infected with Ebola.
The second nurse to contract Ebola was on a commercial flight.
This is the biggest health problem facing our world in a generation.
The terrible loneliness of Ebola. Liberia, a tiny country of 4 million people, has only recently begun to emerge from a brutal and bloody civil war that left its people decimated. It was limping back to economic health under its leader, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. But then Ebola struck and cast its people back into the darkness. Our guests today are both witnesses in very different ways to the suffering caused by the scourge of this disease. Sarah Crow has just returned from Liberia, where she spent 5 weeks assessing the situation for UNICEF. She's their Chief of Crisis Communications. And Bishop Nathan Kortu is the founder and pastor of New Life Fellowship Church just outside Dallas. He's been working overtime to answer calls for help from his native land, but he and his largely Liberian congregation were as shocked as the rest of us were when the disease erupted in their own backyard. So welcome, Sarah, and welcome, Bishop Kortu. Sarah, you've spent 6 weeks in Liberia. Give us a picture of this crisis-ridden place, the struggles that the people are having that you witnessed yourself.
Well, it is truly extraordinary. It's like nothing we've ever seen, nothing we've ever dealt with, and we are in uncharted waters. But what's really encouraging is to see the spirit of determination. Liberians are a very resilient people. I was last there in 2006 at the end of the Civil War, and we were working on reintegration of child soldiers, and the country was starting to get on its feet again. And now, as you say, this awful setback, child mortality gains, maternal mortality gains, all of these things were adding up to some hope for Liberia, and indeed Sierra Leone next door. And this is going to be a tremendous setback. It's really eroding every aspect of life. So it was really stark to see every aspect of life is dominated by Ebola. It has changed the way people live, it has changed the way people die, and it's changed the way mothers give birth. And women are being turned away from health centers. They're not able to give birth because Ebola is always suspected. Children are not able to go to school because the schools are closed. They're very frustrated. They're also deeply distressed. They're seeing things that no child should ever see, and that adults find puzzling as it is. They're seeing men coming with looking like astronauts and crop sprayers, and it's deeply puzzling for them. Well, many of them have lost their parents as well.
What was sort of daily life for you like? I mean, you mentioned to me that there are now these huge buckets of chlorine everywhere. What does it look like when you're part of daily life there? And how does work function when so many people are afflicted?
Well, what struck me was the first thing coming in. Normally on any emergency, the planes are full of aid workers and journalists. We're always the ones who are going in when everybody else goes out. And this time around, the planes were empty. And I was on the first flight after a period of no flights in at all. And as we entered the airport, our temperatures were taken. We had to wash our hands with chlorine. And that was the beginning of a series of everyday moments that changed the way you're going to go about your business. UNICEF has sent in record amounts of chlorine, for instance, never in our history. And we had to send in so much, equipment, plastic buckets, protective gear, aqua tabs, all of this kind of equipment. So you see all of this around you. Your temperature's taken all the time. I'm still in the 21 days, so I still take my temperature twice a day. And you are sanitizing your hands wherever you go. And that's the kind of reality of life. But there is a real sense now of momentum. When I first arrived, it felt, and Liberians were telling me that, they felt like the world had abandoned them. And now there's a sense of strong leadership, there's momentum, and a realization that it is a global issue, just here in Texas, as you mentioned, too.
But, Bishop Cortu, do you feel that America was pretty late to wake up to that crisis? Because you're saying now that there is momentum, but for a long time, the world just has kind of sat there while Liberia suffered.
Yeah, we were a little bit disappointed when the incident took place in Liberia. We feel as Liberian, we enjoy a very good relationship with America. Other African countries used to refer to us as Little America, because we are the only country in the world we were established by the United States, and our currency, we use the US dollar as our official currency. Our constitution, everything is based on America. But at this time, we really felt Liberia in general, that felt that America was a little bit slow showing up. But now we are glad that the president has sent some things there to help us. So at least the relationship is going on fine.
Bishop, you're a grief counselor, so the disruption to the culture of Liberia that Sarah was mentioning, she said, children are born differently, everything about life is different. You can't touch anybody, and of course one of the most distressing things to people is about the burial of the dead. Tell us what we should know about that.
Those are one of the areas that the culture is really struggling with. I was telling Sarah that Sunday after church, a family walked into my office, and while they were crying that they had lost about 3 members of their family during the week, while she was crying, another family rushed in and lost. She told me that she had lost 4 members of her family.
Back home in Liberia?
Right here in Dallas.
Oh, in Dallas.
Right here in the United States of America. So those are people in our community. And we have to deal with what is happening here and dealing with it that's happening to our people in Liberia. And one of the great things that is happening that are going to be hurting us is the grief process. People are dying. How can you lose all your children and you are not able to grieve? And there's no professional help. There's no professional grief counselor in the country. So those are the areas, and as you said, I have my master's degree in counseling. I'm doing grief counseling. I can't wait for time to give me the chance to go to Liberia and start doing grief counseling with the community. It is a very deep concern for me. When I was growing up, we're not allowed to grieve. When somebody dies from you, they tell you the person is already dead. Why are you worried about it? Why you crying? Now, as a professional person, that doesn't settle with me. I like to walk through them for their grief counseling. It's a very big concern for me.
Sarah, what did you see with these families that had lost so many members? I mean, I can't imagine what it must be like to have a whole family wiped out except perhaps one member. What happens to the people who are left behind?
Well, the issue that the bishop brought up of grief counselling, UNICEF and all the partners are very joined up on this. We are training psychosocial workers on mental health and counselling particularly children who've lost their family members, and to try to get them over that. And I said, I asked them, what do you give them to deal with this? And they said, well, can you think of anything positive? And I said, no, what could possibly be good that comes out of this? And they reminded me that, things like washing hands, those kinds of elements that are good elements of behavioral change, because behavioral change is really critical at a time like this, going door to door, which is what we do, social mobilization, education, awareness. And part of that is hanging on to something good that can come out of this. So that was a little element of hope. With orphans, some good news as well. We have, in the past couple of weeks, been able to reunite 600 children who lost one or two relatives with the extended family. But what struck me compared to the HIV and AIDS epidemic in Southern Africa, where I was based when it first started, was that sense of the natural compassion that Africans have, where the grannies were taking in AIDS orphans. That has effectively been cut because of the fear. So it's about also educating people when children are in that period, the 21-day period. We have set up what's known as interim care centers, where children can be taken care of by survivors who have a level of immunity, and they're able to give children that sort of warmth and touch and nurturing that children particularly need.
Otherwise, they won't be accepted by the extended family.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's shunned.
Have you ever seen a case like that where the extended family says, we just don't want to take this child?
Absolutely. Just on Friday, a colleague of mine was up in Margibi County, just north of Monrovia, which again is the epicenter of the disease. And she came across a child-headed household of 4 children who were forced out of their home and living under a tree. So over the past few days, they've been trying to find emergency foster care for these children. And these cases are, you just hear about them every day. But at the same time, there are some good cases, and there's some good stories.
Bishop, since the diagnosis and tragic death of Thomas Eric Duncan, how have things changed in your congregation at your church? Because you minister to many, many Liberian people who are actually living here in
Yes, one of the things I of course, I'm concerned, most of the Liberian churches around the country, not only in Dallas, some of them might be closed because people are afraid to come to church, people are afraid to come around each other. I'm encouraging them that here, when it first happened, we've been teaching the Liberian people that you be cautious, but we should not avoid each other. So it is a big problem. People are avoiding Liberian businesses. They don't want to go there. We have people that have hairdressing salon, have stores, and people are avoiding them. So they see you, when you're a Liberian, they think you have Ebola. And that's one of the things that we are dealing with now that is very, very concerning. I had a meeting.
The people are being ostracized.
Yes, we have been.
Do you feel that the media has whipped that up? I mean, because it seems to me that there's been a hysteria about it, and schools have closed in Mississippi because it's crazy.
Yes, I mean this is very serious. I have company, and this is a truth. There are companies now in Dallas that have passed policy. And of course, they are business people. They can do what they want to do, but we need to abide by the law of the United States. We are not being declared Ebola. Every Liberian are not Ebola patient. There are companies now that have found the policies that if somebody comes from Liberia, you pick them up from the airport, they come to the church, you have to go home for 21 days. There are people, they hear you talking to a Liberian on the phone on your job, and they tell you that if you're talking to a Liberian, do you know him? If you say yes, they send you home for 21 days. And for us, that is not fair at all.
Well, they didn't send me home. I'm still in the 21 days. And our message is that we can work on the ground if we take the right precautions, and really salute all the Liberians and Sierra Leoneans who are doing an extraordinary job at the front line, and Guineans as well at the front line of this.
I mean, you obviously, both of you knew Liberia pre-Ebola. Yes. I mean, I always felt how brave the Liberians were after that bloody, terrible civil war that went on for 14 years, which left people maimed and diseased, and it was absolutely horrendous. What sort of state is post-Liberia, post-Ebola Liberia going to be in? I mean, what is happening now to the systems of this country?
Well, a lot of Liberians said, you know, in the past, and Sierra Leone went through the same history, in the past they were fighting a real war, a war where they could see the bullets, and now it's an unseen enemy and a biological war, effectively. And many of them said they'd rather the war that you could see, because that was very clear, you knew what to do and how to deal with it. This is so beyond one country, beyond any one agency, that I feel almost as though it's the defining crisis of our time. It is really a test of our compassion, a test of our humanity in a sense. And it struck me coming into Texas yesterday. It's the Lone Star State, and Liberia is the Lone Star. You know, the flag of Liberia is the Lone Star, and that kind of connection, it's sort of strange and ironic in the same way that Ebola should connect these two countries in such a way.
Well, Bishop, you know, with your community, what are you doing, what can that community do, and what can we do to help that community in terms of helping the Liberians? Because it does seem to me that the aid has not been nearly as voluminous as we expected. Yeah. I mean, it's been much less, for instance, than from typhoons and hurricanes and earthquakes that we've seen. It's been very slow to move towards Liberia.
Yes, this is really on two fronts. I talked to a senator from Liberia yesterday, and I asked the same question: what can we do to help? And the answer was just the basic thing right now. We have requests from anywhere. They're asking us to send ambulance. People get sick, they don't take them for them to get into the hospital. And then sometimes they get to the Ebola center, is so packed, and they have to turn them home and go home and die because we don't have enough center. And bleach, hand sanitizer, the average person can't afford to get it. So when I asked them, where I get my church and the Liberian community, we send a 24 container with medical supplies. We think our community are large, and we send it. It will be arriving next week to one of the Ebola centers. But when the question was asked, what can we do to help? And what they are asking for is just a basic needs, things like sanitizer, bleach, anything that can help them. Now, here in America, for us that are here as Liberian citizens, we need education. We need some answer for the health department what to do. We need to have a guideline. What do you want us to do as Liberians so we can be discriminated? And this is not only in Dallas. As a bishop, I'm getting calls from all over the country, as far as St. Louis, New York, people being discriminated. That your relative come from Liberia, they have cleared the immigration, that they are being tested, they are free, and then you can't talk to them. They can't come around you. So if the health department can come to say, this is the guideline you need to follow so we all can be safe and we all can be afraid of this deadly disease, and the community can come together and fight this disease. Not only Liberians can be affected with Ebola. This for anybody, and it's a concern for our nation.
Thank you. Well, before we go, we had a rather extraordinary message, because Bishop Cortu was kind enough to arrange for us to speak on the phone last night with Louise Trow, who is Thomas Eric Duncan's fiancée. And this is the first time that anybody's heard Louise's voice since she was released from quarantine with a clean bill of health only 48 hours ago. So shall we listen to that message now from Louise Trow?
Eric Duncan was a quiet and calm man. He was just so loving, and he will long be remembered. And my son will miss him forever. He did not get to see his father. He did not get to see him, and he requested to see his son, and I want the world to know how I feel. Why would you deprive a man from seeing his son? They took my loss away. My loss is gone. My whole life, I feel like I'm not even on earth. I have no sense of direction. And I lost everything I worked for from year after year after year. I know everybody pray for us out there, and I thank God for everyone's prayer. I feel so sorry for people. It's a whole worldwide fight. We need to fight against Ebola.
Thank you so much, Bishop Cortu, and thank you so much to Sarah Crow. We can listen to that message and remember it, but we all must fight against Ebola. Thank you.
cannot pretend that we do not exist. You cannot plead ignorance to our problems.
The movement was really about self-determination.
My grandmother spent her whole life working hard to give my mother a chance in life so that my mother could give my brother and me an even better one. One grandson would be the mayor and the other would be on his way to the United States Congress.
What we saw in the presidential election in 2012 was the tip of the iceberg.
Let's fight for the American dream. Yours, mine, all of ours. Sí se puede.
Welcome everyone to Latino Power. I'm Jan Jarba Russell, and I am here with Dolores Huerta, one of our country's most vocal workers' rights and civil rights activists. Rosie Castro is next to her, another pillar of activism in this country. Rosie helped establish the La Raza Unida political party, and as Gloria Steinem told us this morning, the La Raza Unida political party was the first party in the country to support reproductive rights for women. She is the mother of the man to her left, Congressman Joaquin Castro, one of two sensational twin brothers who are rising stars in the Democratic Party. Sitting next to him is Eva Longoria, actor and political activist. So we're going to start, yes. Dolores, you famously coined the phrase, yes, we can, si se pueda, when you formed the United Farm Workers Association in a sea of men. You became the lead negotiator in historic talks, which led to increased wages and improved working conditions. How do you feel today when you look at the status of farm workers, and are they still facing those same problems that you addressed 50 years ago?
Well, I think workers throughout the United States, like in New York State and here in Texas and almost all the other states besides California, have not achieved the level of benefits that we were able to get for farm workers, because one of the things that people don't realize is that a lot of the work that we did was to go out there and register people to vote. And the farm workers would go door to door, even if some of them were not citizens at the time, to get people to register to vote. And then we could go back and get them out to vote. And then those people that we supported, good people, progressives, then they're the ones that passed the laws for us in California, like unemployment insurance, which farm workers don't have here. The right to organize, even amnesty of 1986, because of the work that we were able to do to get good people elected to office. And people forget about that. They know about the strikes and the boycotts, but the political work is what made the difference in California, and it can make the difference in Texas and in Florida and New York State and all these other places where farm workers don't have the benefits that they need.
That's fantastic. Rosie, you were only 23 years old when you helped form the first Latino political party, the La Raza Unida Party, and you ran for city council. Can you tell us what the situation on the ground was at that time that made you take on this at such a young age? And how was this voting bloc formed?
Well, it was a very different time, obviously, than today. And one of the important things that I saw coming out of high school was that the dropout rate, for example, for Latinos was at 80%. The college-going rate was at 4%. The infrastructure in the west side, the south side, and the east side was never taken care of, bond after bond. The monies did not flow to those areas of town. The health issues were still enormously bad. If you remember, in the 40s, we had rashes of tuberculosis in those areas. So really, the quality of life for our folks, for the Latino community in San Antonio, was atrocious, and something had to be done. I was fortunate to be born at a time when there were a lot of young people, just as there are today, that decided, ya basta, it's enough. We've got to change things, and nobody's going to change it for you. You've really got to do the work yourself. And so consequently, when Committee for Barrio Betterment came around, they wanted to run a ticket. They were able to get 2 of us women and 2 men, so they had a balanced ticket. We could not win. We did not have single-member districts at that time. However, all of us came in second to the field, in the fields. I was in a field of 8 and came in second to Charles Becker, who 2 years later became mayor. It was work, I think, that needed to be done. And I believe that as a result of it, many more Latinos started to vote, a few more women started to run for office. And so even though I did not win, I had the satisfaction 30 years later of seeing first Julian win on council and then Joaquin in the state legislature, which was a tremendous thing for our family, but not just for us, but for all the Latinos that had been shut out for so long a period of time.
It's beautiful. Congressman Castro, she's just said that you do represent Texas on Capitol Hill, and your brother Julian is Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. Politics has just got to be clearly in your blood. Was there any question?
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah. Was there ever any question that that's the path that you and Julian were going to take? What else might have happened?
Yeah, you know, we resisted it for a while. I think we were ambivalent about it growing up because with my mom, my parents were together until we were 8, and both my parents had been very involved in politics and different civic causes, but my mom especially. And so we were going to marches and campaign rallies and, you know, handing out literature at voting sites from the age of 3 on. And so you can imagine when you're 8 years old, you don't want to be at a campaign rally. You don't want to be in an election poll. So our early memories of politics were not the most pleasant ones. But we also, I think, developed in that household a real civic conscience and the idea that when government works right, when it's not heavy-handed, but when it works right, it can help create opportunities in people's lives. And for that, we will always be grateful.
So take your children to political events, and they too can graduate from Harvard and Stanford. Eva, you've told us that of all the women in the world, Dolores Huerta is your hero. You're even producing a documentary on the plight of farm workers today, which we're grateful for. Most of those workers, of course, are Latino. How did you meet Dolores, and what is it like to be sharing the same cause with her?
Yeah, that's a great story. We have a friend in common, David Damon, and long before I was ever remotely famous, I think I had one line on General Hospital. My friend David said, "Come to this rally we're doing, Dolores Huerta speaking," and I didn't grow up a farm worker. My parents are not farm workers. It wasn't something I was really aware of, and so I went and met Dolores, and they gave me something to say on stage, and I read it, and it was something about the workers. This was, by the way, 17 years ago, 15 years ago, and it said something about farm workers need shade and water and breaks, and I was like, they don't have water, they don't have shade, like, what do you mean? And I was asking Dolores questions, and she said, yeah, and she started telling me about farm workers, and then she had told me, she goes, you know, are you an actor? And I said, yeah, and she said, one day you're gonna have a voice, so be sure you have something to say.
Wow.
And I thought,
that's great.
I thought, oh yeah, you know, and so I just started learning more and more about farm workers, and I care about it now because I eat food. You know, people think there's never been an all-time interest in what you put in your body. I'm gluten-free, I'm soy-free, I'm lactose-free, I'm a vegan, but nobody thinks about the human cost of what it takes to get a tomato from the field to your plate. And so that's why I've produced 2 documentaries on farm workers, one about child farm workers and another one about, it's called Food Chain, which is coming out in November. And it's exactly that, the chain of food and the chain, and who's the villain in this chain.
And who is the villain in the chain, not the farm workers?
Consumers.
The consumers.
In the sense that, and I say that very carefully, is that you are willing to pay for $1 more for an organic avocado because you don't want to ingest pesticides. But what about the farm workers who weren't sprayed with pesticides?
Yeah.
You know, and so I feel like I say it's up to the consumer. You're not the villain. Who's the villain are fast food, grocery chains, everybody who sets these large market prices. And Dolores can talk more about it. But the reason they say it is that we can't pay a penny more per pound, or we can't pay more per pound because we don't want to pass it on to our consumers. So as consumers, you guys have to say, we will pay more per pound if it means farm workers will get stable wages and living wages and not living in poverty.
Yes. This is a great segue into the politics of now, and food, of course, being part of it. But as we know, and I'll ask this question of Dolores, that President Obama's decision to put off immigration legislation until the midterms has been very polarizing, and you have stood by him. Do you worry that this move will cause Latinos to perhaps sit out the midterms?
I know that there's a group of Latinos that kind of come up at every election telling Latinos not to vote for XYZ, not to vote. And we feel that that is very divisive, because we know that the only way that we can get power is to vote. And when you ask people not to vote, it's like cutting off your nose to spite your face. The reason that in California, again, as I mentioned before, we have all of these great laws for farm workers, the reason that we have affordable care in California for all of our poor people, that in some states they don't have it because certain governors, whose names I won't mention, refuse to take this money to expand Medicaid. And so as a result of that, many, many poor people who should have health care don't have it. And this all comes to who we elect, the people that we elect that make our decisions about how they're going to spend our money. Is it going to go for more jails, or is it going to go for more schools? Is it going to go for more health services? Are we going to support women's reproductive rights? Who we elect really, really matters. And I just want to give a couple of examples of the importance of the Latino vote. In the state of Virginia, which has only 7% Latinos, the state of Virginia, the Latinos voted for the Democratic Party, 63,000. The Democratic governor who won, Terry McAuliffe, won with 53,000 votes. 7% of the Latinos in Virginia elected the governor of Virginia. And the same thing happens in California. And the Latino vote is so powerful. And places like Texas, 40% Latinos. Give me a break here. Latinos are the deciding power. We can make it. We can decide who wins these elections.
And do you think they will turn out in Texas, Dolores?
I will say this on the issue of giving some type of a break, to people, especially those that have children here who are undocumented. We have been waiting for immigration reform for over a decade. The Republicans have the immigration bill. They have it kidnapped. They have it sequestered in the Judiciary Committee, right? And they won't let it out for a vote. If they let it out for a vote, we would win. There's enough people there that would vote for it. And so we say to everybody, we've been waiting a decade. We can wait a couple of more months, okay? Let's give the president a break. He's got a lot of things on his plate,
Congressman, would you answer that question about about the polarizing, about putting off the immigration and its effect on the elections?
Yeah, I mean, I think there were a lot of folks that were disappointed that the president didn't take further executive action before the elections, but I'm confident that he'll take it after November 4th. But executive action is a short-term fix to a very long-term problem that requires a long-term solution. And the long-term solution is for the United States Congress to actually do something and pass comprehensive immigration reform. And we've been fighting for that for several years now. I've only been in the Congress since last January, but even then we've seen it bottled up in the House of Representatives by Speaker Boehner and others. The Senate passed it in 2013. Unfortunately, the House didn't pass it. And so that's part of the reason also that the president is taking action himself. But the long-term solution is for Congress to act.
Eva, can you weigh in on this? You're you were Obama's co-chairman of re-election in 2012. Do you feel that he might have let the Latino community down a little bit on this immigration issue?
There's definitely, like Joaquin said, huge disappointment.
Right.
But this is why I am preaching right now for midterms, because it's not Obama who's holding up immigration reform, it's Congress.
Yeah.
So I know he's the scapegoat, and you can say Obama did this, and Obama's not passing, and Obama's not taking an executive order. But this is why midterms are so important, because you can't elect the president of the United States. We can't have the most historic Latino turnout of voting for the national elections, and then midterms come, and you're not going to help elect the people he has to work with. You have to help him by electing the people he has to work with. So that's why early voting is now, right here, and so go and vote.
Yes. Dolores, you know, we think we were joking backstage that we have Dolores and Rosie as members of the previous generation of Latino power brokers, and we have Eva and Joaquin as representative of today's. But I wanted to take a little time with Dolores about this. You know, you were severely beaten by the police. You have spent time in jail. You are with Robert Kennedy the night he was shot. You have really, really given of your blood and toil to this movement. How difficult was your cause? And probably even more important, what is the biggest obstacle for these guys, for the new generations of Latinas, and what are you worried about?
Well, the one thing I worry about, not only Latinos, but I think our whole population is ignorance, because people are not given the information that they need to make the kind of decisions that they need to make, like on elections and on other issues. And so, I think that in our educational system, we see that science, for one, is being, dumbed down, and we're not teaching students civic education and why it's important for them to vote, to make them understand what the issues are. And so a lot of people are kind of like disengaged, and they don't realize the crisis that we are in our country right now. And so I think, and as an organizer, I always say that the biggest thing that we need, more resources for community organizing. I was walking precincts last night and found some people that didn't even know that there was an election going on. And
wow.
It's amazing because people are engaged in the sports issues or video games, television, whatever it is. So I think we have to do a lot more to get everybody civically engaged, because if people are not civically engaged, if they are not informed, and if they don't vote, and if, by the way, we don't have labor unions, we don't have a democracy, all right? And so I think this is our work that we have to do, is be very, very active to get people engaged and informed.
Rosie, what do you think the biggest obstacle is with this, that the new generation experiences?
Well, I think that Dolores has hit on several of those things, but the best thing that I see is the hope that this generation is bringing, and the younger generation is bringing to not only Latinos. Joaquin likes to say, when he's speaking to groups, we need to be the American leadership. Mm-hmm. And, that's a profound statement. We, all of us here, need to be that American leadership, not just the Latino leadership, but the leadership for everyone. That's the challenge, that we need to be seen in an inclusive way rather than as a subgroup of a population. Mm-hmm. We have a lot to offer this country. I remember that years ago, Robert Reich talked about, when he was still writing for Atlanta, I think, talked about what the Latinos bring to this country. We bring a lot of hard work, we bring heart, we bring intelligence, we bring creativity, all of these things that are needed in the infusion for the new America. So I really have a lot of hope, because I see the incredible talent that Eva brings, the ability to come across on media, the ability to raise money, which we never did well in our communities, and to be able to espouse the causes in such a way that people understand what you're talking about. I'm just very hopeful that the barriers in the long run are falling one by one, and the new generation, my granddaughters, will not be saddled with the same biases that and limits that many of us were.
It's amazing. Joaquin, are we going to see a Hispanic president in our lifetime? Is he going to be your brother? You're going to speak to this hope issue?
I turned 40 this year. My birthday is on September 16th.
And so I think in my lifetime, I think you probably see it. As far as my brother, folks have talked about him being vice president. I hope it doesn't happen because I'll have to shave my head or something if he becomes vice president. No, but seriously, I think Julian's doing a wonderful job over at HUD now. He was very proud to serve as mayor of San Antonio, and I think he'd be great at whatever he does. But the vice presidency is one of the high offices that you don't campaign for. You get selected for. So we'll see what happens.
We could see a Clinton-Castro ticket, however, right?
It's possible, yeah. It's out of our control.
Rosie, do you have an opinion on this, Rosie?
What?
Do you have an opinion on a Clinton?
Well, yeah, I think she's eminently qualified. Both of them are.
Yeah.
Of course, my mom. I mean, she's got to say that.
Of course, I have to ask, Eva, do you think we'll see a Latina president?
Oh, God.
In our lifetime?
I hope we see a female president.
Yes.
I really do. I always say it's the best person for the job. So what we have to do is develop a pipeline of Latino candidates who are actually prepared and ready. Not everybody gets the luxury of growing up with Rosie.
Right.
You know what I mean? I really mean that.
Right.
I was really lucky to grow up in a very selfless family with a special needs sister, my mother being a special education teacher. To learn, you have to learn that very early. So that's one thing we're doing. But you're right, fundraising was historic for us in the last national election. And when we went to Hispanics and we said, because of Citizens United and this horrible law that funnels, untransparent money everywhere, we were coming to a knife fight with not even a stick, with nothing. And so when we raised funds, we created a donor base of Hispanics that had never been asked before. I said, you got to donate, and they said, oh, nobody's ever asked me. And so that's one thing that we had to really mobilize, is engage new and fresh, energetic donors. But there's still a lot of work to be done, and I hope people support the best candidates. I'm hoping the best candidates happen to be Latino.
Yes, you certainly can.
I think Eva touched on a very good point. In my area, we have like 6 Latinos, 4 Latinas running for office, but the resources are so hard to come by.
Yes.
And people don't invest in Latino candidates or people of color candidates, not just Latinos, right? And women. And I think that's one of the big issues that we have in our community. The other thing I want to say, people don't invest in organizing. Because if we have organized communities, then they are informed and they are engaged, and then we can get the volunteers that we need. So one way to counteract Citizens United is to have a lot of people on the ground, going door to door, informing the people of why they should vote, informing them about the candidates, informing them about the issues. But to do that, we need a lot of money on the ground so that we can bring people, and it's leadership development. When you've got people knocking on doors and talking to people, they raise their self-confidence, then they are informing people, and I call it Leadership 101. Yes, Leadership 101. Get people on the ground, get them to talk to every single voter on the ground, and that's the way that we build this kind of political strength and the political system that we need in our communities to get progressive candidates elected.
Yes, and Rosie, you've been mobilizing people, encouraging Latinos to vote for years. Do you have any closing ideas about how to get that done?
Well, I think that this last few years we're seeing a different way of mobilizing the electorate. And I'll give you an example. For the longest time, maybe 30 years, conventional wisdom has been that we should go to registered voters that are consistent voters. And that's all everybody went to. So many of the folks, Dolores and I were talking about that, never got invited to the table. Right. They might have registered, but they hadn't voted. Nobody cared to go talk to them, send them a letter, make a call, because they were not on those voter lists. And so we're reaping the bad effects of that. It's beginning to turn around, and I'm really happy to see in San Antonio, and I'm sure nationally, so many groups, not only Latino, but many Latino groups as well, that are moving that needle. I think it was a 2% increase in voter registration. Hopefully there'll be a major increase in the turnout this time too.
Isn't this great? Oh, Joaquin, you want to have the final word on this?
No, I agree. I think, in terms of getting more people to vote, and to put this into context, in 2010, Texas ranked dead last in voter participation. We were behind every other state in the nation. And I think you're going to have to talk to people that aren't voting in order to increase participation and really to change the politics of the state.
It's a shocking figure. Can you give it up for this incredible Latino Power panel? Thank you so very much, and welcome to San Antonio.
They told me that David ran out, so it must have been from there. And I think he was killed here under this tree. For what? This for me is one of the most difficult letters I will ever have to write. My name is Robbie Damlin, and I am the mother of David, who was killed by your son. After your son was captured, I spent many sleepless nights thinking about what to do. What makes our children do what they do? Do they not understand the pain they are causing? Your son, by now having to be in jail for many years, and mine, who I will never be able to hold or see again.
Well, the extraordinarily brave Israeli woman I'm sitting next to is Robbie Damlin. Robbie is a native South African. She and her family were active in the anti-apartheid campaign there. Her uncle defended Nelson Mandela when he was accused of treason. And in 1967, Robbie immigrated to Israel and volunteered at a kibbutz. Over time, she came to own a successful PR company in Tel Aviv, but after she lost her son in a Palestinian sniper attack, she'd lost her interest in the business and she closed it. Robbie could have become bitter and full of hate. Instead, she turned her pain into a crusade for peace. It's my honor to welcome the remarkable Robbie to our stage this morning.
Thank you.
Robbie, tell us the story of David and the day that the army came to tell you this terrible news.
David was a student at Tel Aviv University. He was studying for his master's in the philosophy of education. He was part of the peace movement, and he was part of the officers that did not want to serve in the occupied territories. You know, you think you know the person behind the gun. I think you really don't. And you don't know the quandary that a young Israeli has to face when he gets called to go to reserves. And when David was called, he came to talk to me. And he said, what shall I do? If I don't go, what will happen to my students? He was teaching philosophy to students who were going to be inducted into the army. And if I don't go, what will happen to my soldiers? Because he was the officer. And if I go, I will treat people with dignity, and so will all my soldiers. And I was filled with a sense of dread, and actually the day before he was killed, he called me. And you know, it was such a poignant conversation because he'd never told me what he was doing in the army. But this was the first time that he said, we are in a checkpoint that makes no sense whatsoever. We are like sitting ducks. And I was filled with a sense of dread. And I got up very early the next morning and went to work in order that the army wouldn't find me. I don't know. I must have had some kind of premonition. And the army came to tell me. And apparently, and I don't remember this at all, but one of the first things that I said is, you may not kill anybody in the name of my child. So perhaps that was the beginning of this pilgrimage.
It's an unimaginable scene for any parent to have to confront. After this desperately sad event, you decided, though, after a little time, to join a group called the Parents Circle Families Forum that you have said has helped you channel your grief in positive ways. Before you tell us about the Parents Circle, let's just look at a very, very powerful PSA that you've made, which I found very moving. Let's see that video.
אנחנו לא רוצים אתכם פה.
אנחנו לא רוצים אתכם פה.
لا نريدكم هنا.
לא רוצים אתכם פה. لا نريدكم هنا.
لا نريدكم هنا.
لا نريدكم هنا.
אנחנו לא רוצים אתכם פה.
لا نريدكم هنا.
لا نريدكم هنا.
עופו מפה. אנחנו לא רוצים אתכם פה.
אנחנו לא רוצים אתכם פה.
Robbie, tell us. I know, so moving. Always makes me cry, that video. Tell us about the Parents Circle. Who are the people in it? They're Palestinian and Israeli parents, correct? I mean, how does it meet and what is
We
the...
are 600 families.
Yeah.
Everyone has lost an immediate family member. We believe, and actually the long-term vision of this organization is to create a framework for a reconciliation process to be an integral part of any future political peace agreement. I mean, we've stood on the White House lawn and we've hugged each other, but the people were never involved. And so all the work that we're doing on the ground, in a way, is to see the humanity in the other, because that's the beginning of the end of conflict. And it was started by a religious Orthodox man whose son had been killed by the Hamas after he was kidnapped. And I think it was an extraordinary vision. It's very unique in that the conflict is ongoing. This film that you saw now was made over the summer when there was the murder of those 3 young settlers and afterwards the killing of a young Palestinian boy by Israeli settlers. We knew at the Parents Circle, we knew for sure that that was the beginning of another cycle of violence. And so we decided to have a vigil in Tel Aviv, which we did up till the 21st of September, which is World Peace Day. And now, because it was so important, because it engaged the public, we are continuing with this once a week, and we're going to travel all over the country and in Palestine with a tent. The thing is that you cannot exclude people from the peace, looking for peace. Because somebody is a settler, if you will not talk to him, he will become more radical. And so this was a place for us to engage with each other, to talk to settlers, to discover their humanity and their pain too. And so apart from the very abusive remarks that were made and we were called Nazis and that we should go back and live in Gaza and that we were traitors, but you see, there's so much fear. People don't understand that fear. That is part of the Jewish psyche almost. And so when they discovered the tunnels that came from Gaza into the kibbutzim which surround Gaza, people became very fearful. And you see, your imagination runs riot. I mean, imagine yourself sitting in this room and suddenly a hole opens and out come a whole bunch of people to kill you. So what happened is from that fear becomes anger. From the anger becomes hatred and violence. And this is the cycle that goes on, and we have to stop it. Because we're going to share this country with graves.
So, I mean, you travel now often with a Palestinian woman. Tell me about Bushra, the Palestinian woman that you team up with, in a sense, to spread your message of reconciliation.
Well, if you can see my remarkable shoes, can you? There's a bird there. It's a reconciliation bird, and you have to walk the talk. So I went to meet Bushra. I do a lot of meetings with women because I believe women have to come to the table now. And there's no energy. You know, nobody asked a woman about the ceasefire. And 500 children were killed in Gaza, and nearly 1,000 people altogether. Can you imagine how many reasons for hatred and revenge there are there? And what about all the families in Israel who lost their children? For what? For what? So I was in a town called Beit Umar in the West Bank, and there were some women from the Parents Circle and some women who came to talk to us, really to shout at me. Because who can they shout at? They can't shout at the soldiers. They can't shout at the settlers. So I was a good target, you know. They came to shout at me. And Bushra was sitting there with a big picture of her son around her neck. And she was sitting with her back to me, more or less, which is really rather rude. And I started to ask her, who have you lost? And she said, my son. And I said, and what was his name? And she said, Mahmoud. And I said, and how did he die? And she said, a sniper. And suddenly I said to her, do you want to see a picture of David? And she said, okay. And then she turned to me like this, and I had it in my hands, and she looked. And she said, haram. Haram means, what a pity. This is the first time that she recognized that her pain and my pain is the same pain. And today, she is one of the most active women in the parents' circle. She donated blood together with me in a project that we did. She did cooking in the jam session book that we made. It's just incredible, and she's so supportive of me. And during the war, we made another clip, which we haven't released yet, but she is sitting with a picture towards herself, and I'm with a picture towards myself, and she tells the story of the person who she's holding. He was beautiful, and he was clever, and we all loved him. And then she turns the picture around, and it's a picture of David.
Oh, that's very good.
And I do the same.
Yeah. What happened when you reached out to your son's murderer's family? How did they respond?
Two Palestinians from our group went to meet with them, and they were shocked. I mean, you don't expect the mother of somebody who your child has killed to reach out. And they said they would sign on the letter and there would be peace, you know. And I didn't understand the cultural niceties of that village. It's very easy for me to get up in the morning and say what I want to say and go where I want to go. But they were very bound by this community, and they get paid by the government, and it wasn't for free for them. I didn't understand then. So one of the women from our group who'd lost her grandmother and her brother, we have many families who've lost more than 2 sons or 2 daughters. It's horrific. She went into the jail and she gave him the letter. And of course, I'm a bit of a bulldozer, so I imagined immediately I would get a reply, and I didn't get a reply. And it took something like 2 years. You know, there isn't anything that's called instant reconciliation. Don't expect that to happen. And about 2.5 years after that, I got an email from a friend in America who said, there's a letter for you from Thaya, that's the name of the sniper. It's come over the wire, but the Palestinians in the group don't want you to see it because it's very nasty, and they don't want to hurt you. So I said, of course I want to see it, and they sent me the letter. And you know, it was in Arabic, so I translated with Google. Not a great idea. And, but I got the gist, and it certainly wasn't a letter from Martin Luther King. But suddenly the most amazing thing happened. You know, I discovered that I'm not a victim. If I can give you a present, when you give up being a victim of the circumstance, you will become free. And that is the biggest gift that I got, that I gave myself. You know?
mean you felt it didn't matter if he didn't forgive
Right.
you, but you had to let go of it yourself?
Yes. And it isn't that I don't have to continue with this journey, I do. Because it's for me a completion. And for me to have the integrity of continuing to do this work, I must finish this chapter. And so I went to South Africa and we made this film that you saw. And when I came back, I said, okay, now I'm going to go and meet Thaya, you know. But everything's in the way. The authorities won't let me go. The police won't let me. I don't have a mediator. Maybe he won't want to see me. And actually, it took a couple of days, and I realized that it's me that's in the way, because maybe I'm scared. I don't think that's a terrible thing to admit, you know.
Well, what would you say to him if you saw him?
You know, I think what I really want is, I know that when he was a child, a small child, he'd seen his uncle very violently killed by the Israeli army. And he lost 2 uncles in the second uprising, Intifada. And he went on a path of revenge. But the thing is that after he killed 10 people, he was then a hero. He became a hero for the Palestinian people. And he claimed that he did all of this to free Palestine. And I think I want him just to tell me, I have no idea what I really want, but I know that I have to do this to complete this whole journey. And I know that I found the right mediator, and that is the partner that I travel with all over the world. Because he is a man, a Palestinian, who was in jail for 7 years for his activities in the first uprising. And he saw Schindler's List when he was in jail and went through a sort of transformation and came out and created an organization called Combatants for Peace. And then in 2005, his beautiful daughter, Abir, was killed by the Israeli army. And he is now part of the parents' circle. And I tell you that if there's anybody that I would trust with my life, it's him.
At what point, though, can the parents' circle become a real political movement? Because clearly, you know, you're not part of that peace process, and yet you're telling me that this circle is growing of parents from both sides who've been bereaved, and they're the only people who can really move this needle rather than the, you know, warring diplomatic factions and people, as happens now, both sides take up such intractable positions.
We are not affiliated to any political party. This we do on purpose, but we are very political. Whatever we do when we appear at demonstrations, we had a very big demonstration in Tel Aviv of 15,000 people, and I spoke with Bassam at this demonstration. And we worked a lot in the Israeli parliament to get them to understand the need for reconciliation. I think that it is so unique to see a Palestinian and an Israeli together. And we do have an effect. We have many films. We are known all over the world, and we work. Sometimes we talk to 25,000 Israeli students in a year, aged 17 before they go to the army. And when you go into a class of Israeli kids and you say to them, who of you have ever met a Palestinian? It'll be nobody. And who speaks Arabic? Also nobody. And who's been overseas? Probably most of the class. So this terrible cutoff is what creates the fear, which creates the hatred, which creates the violence.
But do you also speak in Palestinian schools?
Yes.
And
not
what is
so
that
much
reaction?
in schools, more in clubs.
And what do they say to you?
It's like a mirror image. You know, once I was in a Palestinian school in East Jerusalem, and it was all girls, and they were all covered. And one of them stood up and she said, yes, your son deserved to die. So, you know, your normal reaction to something like that is to get up and walk out. But I suddenly looked at her and I realized she's bereaved. And I asked her what happened, and she started to tell me the whole story. And I said, and how did your mother react? And how was your father? And what happened? And in the end, I said, and what color were the tears? And she just stood up and she thought something happened to her, and she came and she hugged me. But you see, that was a very brave act, because firstly she became the hero of the class because she had the guts to say that to me in the first place. But then she also had the humanity to see my humanity.
How extraordinary scene. Finally, Robbie, you know, the clip that we opened with this afternoon was from the powerful documentary, The Day After Peace. And during this film, you traveled to South Africa to learn if the nation's experience with Truth and Reconciliation Commission had any answers for Israel and Palestine, because, you know, South Africa has been through its own journey of revenge and forgiveness and all of the things we're talking about, reconciliation, if not forgiveness. What parallels did you see? What could be learned from what would happen in South Africa?
I think the major lesson of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission for South Africa is that if there had not have been a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, there would have been a bloodbath, for absolute sure. And to meet perpetrators and victims and to talk to them And to see this man who had been responsible for the death of my dear friend June Faury's daughter say, by your forgiving me, you have released me from the prison of my inhumanity.
Wow.
And from her saying that forgiving is giving up your just right to revenge. I mean, you know, all of this stuff was so important for me personally, but the emotional breakthrough that happened in that film for so many people is what we're trying to do and what can be an example for Israelis and Palestinians to see that it's possible.
Well, do you feel that your parent circle is gaining traction? Because obviously the violence that we saw in the summer was so distressing, and with Hamas, you know, raining rockets down on Israel and Israel obviously retaliating back. Nobody, I think, here in America feels that any progress is being made.
Well, maybe you have the luxury of giving up hope. I can't.
All right. Thank you. Well, thank you, Robbie. I mean, you are an amazingly brave woman. Is there anything else that you would like to say to us about David before we close?
Oh, I could talk about David till tomorrow morning. I'll tell you a funny story, yes, because I don't want to make you miserable. He used to play the French horn, and that's a dreadful instrument. It makes a hell of a lot of noise. And he used to, because the neighbors threw stones through the window, he used to sit in the cupboard with a towel around him and play for hours and hours. He was just a beautiful, lovely kid, you know, and died for nothing.
Thank you. Well, you've made him very vivid to us today, and I want to thank you so much, and to our other very powerful guests today for sharing their stories and their lives with us. We're going to break for lunch now. I think Robbie has left us with such an incredibly moving message that we all want to reflect a little bit. Robbie, you have the effect of making us all want to just be quiet a little bit afterwards, because the things you say are so moving. But we're going to now move out of here and have our lunch, and please be back by 1:20 when we have some more amazing programs for you. Diane von Furstenberg is with us, and Robbie will be around, and I sure would love to meet with some of you. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Women in the World Texas Forum. As a reminder, please silence all electronic devices. Flash photography is not permitted in the theater. Thank you.
Do you describe Diane von Furstenberg? As a designer, as a philanthropist, as a mother, as an icon. Can you all please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Diane von Furstenberg? So we're going to talk about Diane, we're going to talk about her new book. But first, I would love to talk a little bit about Oscar de la Renta and the loss that is felt in the fashion community and the world. I know that you were good friends, and I'm sure that it's still very raw, but what will he be remembered as? What will his contribution have been?
Well, first of all, he was an extraordinary man and a very loyal friend. His contribution to American fashion is huge. He was an extraordinary designer. He was president of the CFDA twice. He invented the CFDA awards. He got many awards himself. He was an American designer, happy to be American, but he loved his Latin roots, and he loved and also his European training. So he had the best of everything. He had a Latin heart, a European training, and an American career. And he loved women. He made women, I wrote something for the Times yesterday, and I said he loved women and he loved gardens and he loved flowers, and he made women feel like flowers. So he loved to sing, and he had an incredible optimism and joie de vivre, and it's very sad, and everyone will miss him very much.
I want to talk now about you and the woman you wanted to be.
Okay.
I was told, warned. Who was that woman?
Well, when I was a young girl, I wasn't quite sure what I wanted to do, but I knew the kind of woman I wanted to be. I wanted to be an independent woman. I wanted to be a woman who could decide for herself, who could be financially independent, and who would be in the driving seat somehow. And I wanted a little bit of man's life in a woman's body.
What was so, I live in Miami, and I've sat by the pool and read many books. No one has asked me about any of the books that I've ever been sitting there reading until this one. Everybody wants to get their hands on this one. In it, you talk about how close you were to your father, but how your mother really, really shaped you? Is she part of the reason you understood the
Well,
woman?
actually, I actually originally wrote this book because I wanted to write about my mother. Because my mother passed away 14 years ago. And, you know, you love your mother. Everybody loves your mother. But when you have a strong mother, you know, you somehow keep your distance. But when they are no longer there, you really realize the impact they had on you. And you realize, and I realized that. Let me tell you briefly about my mother. Just imagine it is 1944, and there's a young girl who is 22, lives in Belgium, and works in the résidence, smuggles fake papers, and spends her day in a bicycle all day bringing papers around. And she gets caught, and she gets arrested, and she ends up in the Nazi concentration camp of Auschwitz at the age of 22. She went then, you know, as the Germans were losing the war, she went from one camp to another, but she ended up being in camps for 13 months. By the time she was liberated and the Americans found her, she was 49 pounds. And so clearly she wasn't supposed to have survived, but she did survive, and she went back to Belgium, where her family, her parents were, and little by little, her mother fed her, you know, a little bit every 10 minutes, so she would slowly gain her way back. And 6 months later, her fiancé came back from Switzerland. They got married, and the doctor told my mother, you know, I revealed it, but anyway, told this girl and her husband, you can absolutely not have a child because you won't make it and the child probably won't be good. And nevertheless, 9 months later, I was born. And so my birth has been a miracle. My mother was not supposed to have survived. I was not supposed to be born. And every year, I am born on New Year's Eve. And every year on New Year's Eve, my mother used to write to me, and she said, God saved my life so that I can give you life. And by giving you life, you brought me my life back. You are my flag of freedom. So that is the inheritance that I had, that I was supposed to be the flag of freedom for my mother. And actually, that explains very much the person I became and the woman I became.
So why didn't you end up writing this book about your mother? I mean, she's in there.
Oh, no, she's, I mean, really the big first, and then, of course, I had to explain who I was and why it reflected what my mother had taught me, and then so the book is two-part. The first part is the woman I am, roots, love, and beauty, and the beauty being aging and everything in between, and then the business of fashion.
There's a rhetorical question that you ask in the book, could I be the woman I wanted to be without being a mother? And perhaps because I'm 31 and all of my friends are in their baby-making years, that resonated with me.
Do you have a child?
I don't.
Well,
I am a
hurry up.
child. So could you answer?
Well, I think every woman should have a child. I do. Whether you have it or you adopt it doesn't make any difference at all. But I think we're made to have children. And I think every woman should have a children. I also think that every woman should have an identity outside the home. And I think it's important. I mean, it's a lot of work to be a woman. You know, it's a lot of work. I mean, it's a lot of work, it's a lot of plays, it's a lot of, you know, faking this and that. But at the end, you know, I'd rather be a woman anyway, so.
Amen to that. The reason we're all here, that wrap dress. What does that wrap dress mean to you?
Well, you know, in French, the wrap dress is called robe portefeuille. Portefeuille in French means two things. it either means, that it wraps like that, but it also means wallet. And in my case, it was really, that dress really filled my wallet. Because it paid for everything. I mean, it paid for my children's education, it paid for my independence, it paid for my houses, it paid for my cars, it paid for absolutely everything I did, my fame, whatever, everything. And yet, I kind of always took it for granted. And sometimes I used to say, when people always associate, they put my name and wrap dress in the same sentence, I keep on saying, but I've done other things. And then last year, when I decided that this year, that I celebrated the 40th anniversary of the dress, I decided that the minute I decided I was going to do that, and I was going to honor it. And we had an extraordinary exhibition in Los Angeles. And from that moment on, I looked at it completely differently. And I realized that not only what it had done for me, but what it had done for generations of women. And I had no idea that I would, when I made that dress, all I wanted was to be independent financially. It was just my way. It was my door, When you're young, you have doors, and you don't know which door is going to be your door. My door ended up being meeting this man, this Italian man, who had a factory in Italy, and I learned everything, and then I came to New York, and I asked, I made a few samples, so that was my door. But when I did it, I wasn't even thinking of making a big, huge fashion statement. I just wanted to make a simple little dress that everybody could wear and would be both sexy and proper and all of that. And but it ended up being, it ended up making a big social impact. And so that's the surprise of surprise.
I think that people who hope, who aspire to do what you have done, think it's sort of one and done, that it doesn't come with successes and failures. How have you bounced back? How have you rebuilt?
You bounce back every day. You rebuild every day. Every day you feel, it's funny. I was talking to Luisella, who travels with me today, and we were reminiscing things, and I said, it's funny. The moments you remember the most fondly are the moments of failures, are the moments of insecurities. You don't really remember the moments of glory, but you have nice pictures.
That's why I'm posing for this guy here to make sure we have one from today. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. So in addition to all of this, you now have launched awards of your own. Why was that important to you?
No, I think that, we women have a lot to do. And it was very important for me to empower myself. And the minute I empowered myself, it was important that I try to empower others. And success gives you a voice, and the exposure gives you a voice. And I think it's very important to use that voice for people who have no voice. And to empower women is my mission in life. I do it through my work. I make them sexy and confident and attractive. But I do it through mentoring now, and I do it through philanthropy. I mean, this conference, Women in the World, has been an amazing thing. Tina is the most amazing woman that I have ever met. She has done so much for women. And we have so much to do for women. We're not going forward. I think we're going backwards. So I think we really need to get ourselves together and help ourselves and speak and help ourselves, because we can make a difference. We are very strong. I always say that I have never met a woman who is not strong. I don't think they exist. But very often, women hide their strength. It's either a brother, a father, a religion, circumstances, or sometimes even their own insecurity. They don't show their strength because maybe they think it's not feminine or what. And then all of a sudden, tragedy happens. And curiously, when there is a tragedy, the woman's strength always comes out. And women always deliver. Women are strong. And so I think that it's best that we allow our strength to come out in order to use it before tragedy.
I want this entire interview stitched on a pillow because I feel like it's been chock full of things I need to
May
remember.
need more than a pillow.
Maybe, yeah, okay, perfect.
The mattress.
Yeah. Women are always faking it. It'll be perfect. So in the book, you talk about aging, and so I want to ask you about two different parts of that. What is the lesson of aging?
Well, the good thing about aging is that you have a past, right? If you've aged, you clearly have a past. So you better be proud of your past. You better be happy with your past. So the morale of that is, while you don't have a past yet, live fully. That's my recipe. And if you live fully, and if you are true to yourself, then you will stand by your past. So that's the nice thing about aging. If you have lived fully and if you are true to yourself, is that you have a past, and your past is, your children, your grandchildren, your work, the things you have done, the people you've met, the fabric of your life. And that's kind of nice. But it also shows on your face.
So then, on the flip side of that, perhaps you did just answer this, but if you could sit down with 20-year-old Diane, what would you tell her? Would she listen?
But I don't even know what I would tell her, other than, the great thing that I realized early on is that I had to be my best friend. And that's the best thing I ever did. I think that the most important relationship in life is the one you have with yourself. And if you have that, then any other relationship is a plus and not a must. So I would tell her that.
It's going on the mattress. Don't worry. So here's what I wondered when I was reading about, because I feel the same way, that you have to be your own best friend. Have the men in your life been okay with that?
Let's see. I have kept a very good relationship with every man in my life, so clearly they had to, yes. I mean, sometimes they resented it, sometimes they didn't like it, some people did like it a lot, but overall that is who I am. And you have to work, you have to work at your relationship with men, because men and women are two entirely different animals. And so that's also part of what a woman has to do. You want to show yourself vulnerable, and you want to show yourself this, but at the same time you're strong. So again, that's all part of what we do. That's why, fake it, make it, do it.
You have built a global brand, and you did it before Instagram and Twitter and all of the things that we now use for self-promotion. So what is your counsel to a man or a woman who wants to do that?
Who wants to do what?
To build a global brand.
To build a global brand. It goes back to the same thing. I think, I wasn't there, I want to create a brand. I didn't even know what a brand meant. I became a brand before I knew what a brand meant. Now that I know what a brand means, I said, oh yes, I created a brand. So I think you have to be true to who you are. And if you create something, whether you make, I don't know, Toyotas or salamis or whatever, you have to do it with passion. You have to do it with wanting to be the best at what you do, and delivering and working at it every day and standing by it. And that's how you become a brand.
But perhaps because you are you, it doesn't occur to you how challenging that is for so many people to just be their authentic selves.
Oh, no. It is very challenging for me, too. And that's what I try to, that's what I wrote in this book. I mean, sometimes, I mean, this book is very honest. I mean, it's really, really honest. I feel, I mean, I've never gone through therapy, but this was a therapy. I mean, I feel like it was like a long visit to the gynecologist. And I was completely honest, because honesty is the most valuable thing you can offer. Because if you are truly honest, then you become, nobody can really criticize, because this is honest. So if it is honest, it's better than whatever. So what was the question again?
If you understand how challenging it is to be your authentic
self.
self.
I didn't sugarcoat it at all. Especially in the business, I explained the ups, the downs, the hesitation, the mistakes, all of that. And I think that is what is important. Sometimes in the middle of the book, I said, why am I doing this book? I mean, other than I was racing because somebody else is writing a biography about me that will come out next year. And I promised her that I would only collaborate after I finished mine, so I had to rush. But other than that, I mean, I think that I was wondering, why am I doing this? Is this a big, huge ego trip? And then I realized that actually everybody that will read the book, men, even men, not just women, everybody will take something that will be helpful to them, just like I take something from when I read about somebody if they really write with honesty. So I think it is. And that is also what this conference is about. It's about coming and speaking. And most of these extraordinary, heroic women that speak, I mean, it started with their own misery. It started with their own challenge. It started with their own frustration. And then they got over theirs. And then they decided to also speak for others. And that is what conferences like these are about. That's what, when the conversation happens between women, that is what happens. And that's why we help each other, we get the strength from each other, and we support each other, and we are half the planet.
Ladies and gentlemen, Diane von Furstenberg.
Thank you.
Kan madung wan no cha ko to ai mira wan mo luteno ini ichet ki training wan Sudan ngani luteno mateno tingo budak nako ikan madung woro oro ka kulu ka mo konya kongi ka to kulu in keken en la dieto wachini moni wadi erne moni ka ino ne petinge neko ana wadi yero yan patat nekla mera wai ka petrel nekla mer ikin in kilometer mera ngara shil kineko ayerang bitara bod Joseph Kwan punya peyompian machele ke mama ke dong bitara bod.
When I came back home, my mother died. I remained with 4 younger children. Then I started to stay alone in our home.
I introduced practical dressmaking, basic cookery, and so forth. And that year alone, that was 2002, we got about 200 girls who came. The lasting impact of the training we give in this place in St. Monica for these girls is really helping them to get integrated again in the society.
Kaiti kicherani bicher keldan ube kapokole. Gimone maneno no time charo time la wuogi nyo kar mo ni pikar na.
The past is already gone, but they can always live with hope for the future.
Well,
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Elise Nelson, and I'm honored to be here. Vital Voices has been a longtime partner of Women in the World. I'm thrilled that Tina and her team have taken it on the road and come to Texas. I hope it continues. But I have to tell you, in my work with women leaders around the world, and I've been doing this for 20 years, I've worked with thousands of remarkable women. But there are some women that I come across who are just astounding. Truly saints that walk among us. And the woman sitting to my right is one of those people. And I am truly honored to have the opportunity to interview you, to introduce you to this audience. So Sister Rosemary Narumbe is from the Sisters of the Sacred Heart of Jesus in Uganda. And as you saw from the film, she uses love, forgiveness, and actually sewing machines to prevail over, I think, some of what has been the greatest evil on earth. Also joining us is Florence Moto. She's a young woman whose life was transformed. She's a student of the St. Monica's Girls Tailoring Center, where Sister Rosemary is director. So Sister Rosemary, I want to get right to it and start with you. I'm always fascinated by how leaders rise to their path of leadership, how they are motivated to step up and make change in the world. Did you always see yourself as someone who was going to face down terrorists and rescue thousands of girls when you were a little girl? I mean, is this the way you saw your path? Tell us about that.
Thank you. I've never thought of that at all in my life. But when I felt that I had a call by God to serve people, my call was an innocent one, just to accept to work with the children. Just because I grew up as a babysitter, and I thought I would love to care for vulnerable children. Least did I know that I was going to care for children who were suffering during this war, and that has been my path. And it started way back in the 80s, caring for orphans, and later it turned to caring for children who were the most vulnerable children in northern Uganda.
Now I want to take a step back and just remind everyone in the audience about your country. So for 25 years, a rebel group called the Lord's Resistance Army, led by a man, if we can even call him a man, Joseph Kony, terrorized northern Uganda. But what I think is most horrific, after displacing many families, killing people, what is most horrific is how he filled his army with an estimated, and this is a conservative number, 66,000 child soldiers. So these were children who were kidnapped from their families. They were terrorized. Some of them were made to kill members of their family. And I think when a lot of us think about child soldiers, we think of boys. But I asked Sister Rosemary backstage, how many of those child soldiers were girls? And she said about 40%. These are girls who were sex slaves, who were also made to kill. So what I wonder, I mean, he's now been indicted for war crimes, Joseph Kony. He's on the run. President Obama has put special forces and support behind hunting him down as really a terrorist. But tell us about what it was like for those 25 years under his rule.
Those were years filled with a lot of fear, pain, and if one would feel helpless. I would refer this mostly to parents and especially mothers who felt helpless, seeing their own children waiting for rebels anytime to abduct them. And in our culture, a woman has the responsibility of growing, especially the young girls, by teaching them what to do, teaching them to be mothers in the future. And anything which went wrong in the society with a woman, they would refer it to as the fault of the mother. So these mothers became helpless because the rebels would come and take their children in front of them. I still remember a woman who told me she had 2 daughters and one girl was raped in front of her. And a lot of these women began to leave their children to run and look for safe places where they could hide at night. And these are children who are called night commuters. And the international communities knew them as invisible children. I had every day more than 500 of these children hiding them. And the pain was deep within me, thinking, if these children are taken in front of me and killed, I would suffer most. But their parents were helpless. And the pain we went through, the torture, the psychological torture, waiting for anything bad which should happen to these children, and you feel helpless to protect them. That's what went on for all those years.
So in 2002, as a number of these girls are coming out of the bush, out of captivity, you're running your St. Monica's school. How did you find them? How did they find you?
I actually was sent to St. Monica in Gulu after I had already suffered from that war for a long time, and I managed to escape. Then my superiors decided to send me back. I felt a little bit like Jonah, that I was running from something. So in obedience, I accepted to go back without knowing what I was going to do. Even the superiors didn't tell me exactly what I was going to do. But I saw as a sign of time to see how many young girls who were escaping, coming back from these rebel activities, were just by themselves. They didn't have who to fall on. These children were being feared by the society. Sometimes they are feared by their own family members because they were forced by the rebels to come back and kill people, sometimes their own relatives. So everybody believed these children were brainwashed. They were not easily accepted. So I made a radio announcement to these girls and told them, come to St. Monica where I am as you are. If you are pregnant, come with your children. I didn't ever think I would start a school to train mothers and their babies on their backs. I started it. This is a Catholic school. I did something which was totally different from any Catholic school, at least in Uganda, I don't know, in the United States, accepting pregnant girls and girls who have very difficult background to come with their children. And I only had to teach them, accept them, to help them to love these children they got from rape.
So you said you made a radio announcement. You said you made a radio announcement. What happened? Did any girls show up?
When they got the radio announcement, one time I got more than 200 girls all under the tree waiting to be registered. And I got scared. I didn't know what to do next because a good number of them had children. That posed for me another challenge because I didn't have a home where to keep the children. But I thought, I said, we have so many trees here, I will get other women to babysit these children under the tree.
Yeah.
So I started a daycare under the tree.
Yeah. Sister Rosemary, you talk about how these girls, 12, 13, are mothers. They are mothers with children that were conceived by their captors out of rape and sexual violence. And I think for all of us, we wonder, how do you begin to teach these girls who've been through such terror how to love again, how to nurture, how to be mothers? How do you teach them that? How do you teach love?
It's so difficult, but it's all about acceptance. Because if I ask anyone, have you ever gone to college or to study how to love? You can't even give me an answer. There's nobody who has even a degree about that. But all of us have PhD in our hearts about that.
Yeah. Sister Rosemary, I know you're raising some of Joseph Kony's own children. And I want to ask you a question. If you had the opportunity to meet him, what would you tell him?
I would tell Joseph Kony, I forgive you, but I will let him know the truth and the fact that I am growing his children. And also, the very hardest fact I will tell him that the women and the children they captured are the greatest winners of this war. They have fought back this war using their hands, using needles and sewing machine, and they are living in dignity. They are above that war. They are the winners. The war is already won.
And I think speaking of one of the winners, we have one with us here today. Florence, I want to bring you into this conversation. So in many ways, you were one of the lucky ones, if we can say that, because you weren't captured by the rebels. Yes. But I know in that you had to be separated from your family. So tell us your very heroic story.
I was born in 78. And then at the age of 4 years, I got polio. And because of the situation in my country, whereby the hospitals are very far, no medical personnel around for you maybe to take care of the sick children and what have you, it is very hard. So it took my mother 2 days to travel to the hospital where I was admitted. And I was discharged from there. And she said that I looked okay, but on the way back home, again, she put me down to stand. I could not stand. I fell down. And she said, but what's the problem? You always walk and run around, but you stand and walk. I failed. Everybody told her that, no, maybe she's tired. You carry her again. So the following morning, the condition worsened, and there was nowhere again to go back to the hospital. Everybody come around, and the society in my country, women have no voice and they really lack help, those kind of the things. So you really have to take any other device because you are desperate in that kind of the thing. You can't do much to help. So I was just left like that. They did not take me to the hospital again, and they just put me in local herbs for treatment, which really put me down for 3 years without knowing how to help myself and even sitting. And it was very difficult condition for me. I did not
and
play
they would carry you on their back, right?
Yeah,
every time they need to escape the rebels?
Sometimes they just, because now it is too much, they could leave me when they go for the activities, give me something maybe to eat from there, and that was all, because they could not now do much. So when the war started, by that time in my place, we began with the cattle restaurants. Those were really terrible people. They could give you, they carry your property, they assault women in different kind of, they were difficult situations, so people have to run. And she had got some other children too. So now she looked at me like, it's really gone. And in my culture, the girls, they are treasured when they are healthy, that you can bring up so that you get some kind of cows when someone come to marry and whatever. But when yours goes like that, nobody will really think about it and say, she cannot do anything. You just been put aside there, and then maybe help with what you can eat. And
so you decided to do something very brave. You left your family because you knew that they could not move fast enough to escape the rebels carrying you on their back.
Yes, it was so terrible when maybe they hear the gunshot or the rebels are coming, people could run, and she could not carry me anymore. She could hide, then later on, she will come back maybe the following day trying to look where I am and those kind of the things. So when I saw people, sometimes when they come back like that, the rebels can get you, they will kill anybody which the coin comes at our place, it will kill you. And then I started thinking, I said, one day I will cause one of my family members to die or to be caught by the rebels when they come back. Because some people can take long, like 1 week without coming back to that place.
I think it's hard to believe that for the first 3 decades of your life, you had no crutches, you had no braces, you had no means of walking. But Sister Rosemary, when you met this woman, when you two got connected, when she was brought to your school, you didn't find that to be acceptable, did you?
No, when I met this girl, she was walking in a terrible condition, and many times she was falling off. And she had come to get training, to be trained to do something. I saw, first of all, her living condition was terrible. She was very poor. And I told her, I said, this is not acceptable. I have to find a way of taking you to a hospital. And I took her to Kampala. They charged me very, very highly. I wouldn't afford to pay for her surgery. But I went to beg from an Italian priest, and I asked him, I said, Father, I'm sure you have some money. Sometimes people donate for charity. Please help me. I need to get this girl to hospital.
But I think you do more than just charity. In my opinion, what you do is you're rebuilding lives and dignity. And I know you help the girls in your school to sew and to bake, and you have something there. I'd like you to show the audience, because I think these are quite symbolic. So Sister Rosemary at her school teaches the girls to make these beautiful purses. And can you talk a little bit, I think it's so symbolic, the story of these purses, so talk a little bit about these purses.
Whenever I move, I go around with these purses, and I want to assure you that I'm not modeling. I want my life moving with this to begin telling the story. These are from Pop Tabs, and I've made up my own slogan, from trash to treasure.
Yeah, yeah.
And this is very symbolic because my women I've been working with all this time have once been considered trash. And I'm trying to put in them the idea that their future can be better. They have to live in hope. And in order for me to talk about hope, I decided to use the analogy of a needle, sewing, putting pieces together. And so I've taught these girls personally. But I have to tell you, I had to hide in a corner for 2 weeks to teach myself in order to face them.
Well, let me tell you this. I am planning to buy one of those purses, and I hope everyone in this audience will join me, because this is not just about charity, it's about dignity, you know?
I want to tell you that when I'm telling people about these purses, I would like you to know whatever money you put in these purses, you're supporting a woman and a child or her children. And honestly, it may pinch in your pocket, but yet these women are asking for employment. They're asking for a job. They're no longer beggars. They're not going to look for money from prostitution. They're looking for money through the beautiful work they're producing. Please buy them and support them.
So, Sister Rosemary, I know we have only a little bit of time left, but I have 2 more questions I hope we can get through. One is, I've heard you be compared to Muhammad Ali. I mean, you're very tough, you're fearless. You know, some of these warlords, I just love this. Some of these warlords have actually come to your school and demanded their wives back. What do you say to them?
You know, the knowledge of the culture has been a great tool for me. Being a product of that war and coming from that culture, I knew you cannot call a person your wife when you have not officially married. And that helped me to tell the rebels to their face. I told one, you don't have a wife with me. Did you marry her? I asked the question, and he answered hesitantly, saying, when I was in the bush, I was living with her together. I said, then she was your sex slave. You don't have a wife, and I'm not giving.
Well, there's a wonderful book about Rosemary and Sister Rosemary, and there's a piece in there about how she killed a cobra snake that was threatening her and her students. The last question I want to ask you, because I think we've all been following this in the headlines, the campaign of Bring Back Our Girls in Nigeria. Supposedly Boko Haram, the terrorist group that took these more than 200 girls, is having a ceasefire maybe with the Nigerian government, and they're planning to, maybe as early as Monday, start giving the girls back in batches. I'm not sure I believe this, but I just wonder what advice you can offer to the Nigerians, to the Nigerian government, to NGO community, in terms of if these girls come back, they've been taken for over 190 days, these 200 girls. I can only imagine the abuse. How to reintegrate them, how to take them back into society.
The tool for taking these girls back into society is first compassion and acceptance. I tell people, open your arms, embrace them, and allow them that time to mourn and weep. Accept them and walk with them, accompany them in the pain. And eventually, you begin to rebuild their lives. It is something which you must walk with. You must go with them on a journey. It's not 1 day or 2 days. It's a long-term process. And I personally think if I am contacted to work with these girls, I am ready. And I'm sure any woman, any person, any human person in this audience is ready to work with these girls, accepting them and loving them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, Florence, Sister Rosemary, you are saints whom walk among us. And it has truly been an honor. Honored to be with you. And I hope everyone, as I will buy a purse. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys, I'm Miley.
Language has always been something that inspires and drives me. Our students, more than anybody else, want to be able to speak English. Language is hope. Language is opportunity. It's success for the community. Language is a game changer. The three barriers that prevent people from going to English class are transportation, childcare, and work schedules. English at work classes take place at the workplace, taking away all of those barriers. We'll start with introducing ourselves. I was volunteering as an English teacher, and that's when I started to get interested in the intersection of language and the immigrant experience. These folks who were really hard workers, who, if they spoke English, should absolutely be moving up, but I saw them stuck in minimum wage entry-level ruts for decades. When businesses host our classes on site, they improve the employees' safety awareness. There's better customer service provided. They also increase the loyalty of their employees by offering professional development. Everybody benefits. We're teaching them the English they need for work, but they're taking those skills and they're using it to change their lives outside of work.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Sarah Lucero, and since 2012, Women in the World has partnered with Toyota to honor Toyota Mothers of Invention and the outstanding women who bring innovation, entrepreneurship, and social change to communities across the globe. Joining me now is Miley Moline, a woman with a vision who is transforming lives right here in Texas. Miley, welcome and thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, I'm so excited to be interviewing Miley about this program that she started because it really resonates with me. You know, my mother was also an immigrant, came to the United States when she was only a teenager and worked in a place where she didn't speak English. And it was really hard as a woman to find opportunities to do well and to advance because of that lack of being able to speak English. So we're going to talk about what your program's all about. Miley, you're going to tell us how you saw the problem and where you experienced it and what inspired you to start English at Work.
Yeah, sure. I had worked as a volunteer ESL teacher for many, many years. And at the same time, I had been sort of coming up in the restaurant industry, waiting tables and putting myself through school. And so I felt like I had this unique perspective of seeing what it was like for immigrants to learn English in a traditional ESL, English as a second language, classroom. So I saw what it was like for them in the classroom, but I also saw how the language barrier was affecting them in the workplace. And as an ESL teacher, I was made to use curricula that weren't relevant to my students' lives. If you're teaching an English class in Austin, it's not important that your students learn the vocabulary for winter, like snowy weather clothes. Or how to cook pork chops isn't necessarily culturally relevant to the students that we were working with. So I had this slowly dawning realization that the curriculum I was using wasn't relevant and the traditional classroom wasn't working for colleagues, for students. And so I started this class for colleagues of mine at a restaurant in Austin.
So in the video we watched, you called language a game changer. Can you tell us how teaching employees can affect a business's bottom line, can improve the business?
Absolutely. On average, when an employee hurts herself, when it's as simple as just a muscle strain, if you think of a hotel housekeeper lifting up a big mattress, if she strains her back, that can cost an employer $5,000. If we can teach an employee how to protect herself and how to use the English skills to communicate to a supervisor that she's hurt herself, we can save a business thousands of dollars. And actually, I have a better example. We had a student who was a housekeeper in a hotel who didn't speak English well. She went into a guest room and the entire suite was engulfed in flames. Instead of calling the emergency phone, which is in the hallway, she ran down many flights of stairs to tell the concierge what was going on. And in the meantime, thousands and thousands of dollars of damage were done to the hotel. When we got to that hotel, one of the first lessons we taught was how to report on the phone, on the emergency line, that there is a fire in the room. That lesson cost the business about $15. The fire that happened in the room probably cost them closer to $20,000.
And you also get employees, I read that you mentioned employees who participate more in company meetings, company policies.
Yeah.
You get them employees who are more visible to the customers, who are not so scared to interact with the customers.
Yeah, absolutely. If you think about it, when you go to a restaurant, when you go to a hotel, it's usually the frontline workers, the kind of entry-level workforce that you interact with the most, the people who will give you directions to the restroom or can bring you extra towels. And those people have so much expertise and, in general, in our experience, have so much to share customer service-wise, but all of those skills are locked inside of them because of the language barrier. And with us on site for a couple of months, all of a sudden, frontline employees can become the representatives of the company that their business really wants them to be.
And what you've seen, what are the biggest challenges that immigrants face trying to learn English? Maybe they want to learn English, but they can't.
There are three main challenges that students face, and this is what the research says, and it's been our experience too. Those are transportation, work schedules, and childcare. And so by bringing the classes to the workplace, we eliminate those barriers because our classes are embedded in their work schedule. So their kids are already in school, they're in the daycare they're going to be in. The parents don't need to accommodate, they don't need to make the same sacrifices in their lives that they would if they were going to a class at a community college or a church-based program.
So the program isn't free. You go into a company and you implement it. How do you convince employers they need to have this?
That's a good question. Our argument with employers is usually the bottom line argument. It's by investing in our program, you will save this much money with health and safety or customer service improvements or with productivity. But usually what we end up see happening is the business that's motivated by the bottom line ends up being most impressed by the cultural changes that they see happen as a result of the program. For example, we had a business that where our students made frames, and they wanted to make sure that if there was a problem with one of the frames on the assembly line, that an employee would feel comfortable enough to communicate that in English to her supervisor. So we went in for productivity reasons. But within weeks of hosting the class on site, our contact said that we had brought their two workforces together just by providing the English class. And what he meant was he used to have the English-speaking employees here, and in this case, Spanish-speaking employees here, and nobody ever circulated in this space. And again, with just a few hours of class, people literally started to kind of walk up to each other and start talking. And that is the lasting impression that we leave with businesses.
That's a beautiful thing, right?
Yes.
All right, I've got time for one more question. So what are the language needs that are specific to businesses in Central Texas? And do you see the model that you started here out of Austin work in other parts of the country?
Absolutely. I mean, we work with 80% of English at Work students are Spanish speakers, but the other 20% speak up to, I think, 30 different languages. So we're not bound by language group. And you know, a lot of times when people think about ESL classes, they think about immigrants, but refugees are another group of the workforce who need a lot of support when it comes to language.
Miley Moline, thank you so much for being with us
Thank
this afternoon.
you.
Lots of great information.
Thank you. Thanks.
We are pleased to have an ongoing partnership. Well, actually, what I want to tell y'all is that I'm going to be introducing someone to come up to the stage because we are excited that we can honor people like Miley, and Toyota has allowed us to do that. I'd like to welcome Sandra Phillips right now. She's the Vice President and Deputy General Counsel of Toyota Motors USA. She's going to tell us more about the Mothers of Invention series and the real impact that talented women like Miley bring to our communities. So,
okay, I think she's over.
Thank you, Sarah. This is such a phenomenal gathering of change makers. And the impact and dedication we just heard from our Toyota Mother of Invention, Miley Moline, and the work she's doing here in Texas and in communities across the country is truly inspiring. Let's give Miley another round of applause. Toyota is proud to be partnering with Women in the World for the third year, and in great collaboration with Tina and team, we're honored to be presenting the 5th Women in the World event this year. This event today is especially close to my heart because it's taking place in San Antonio. As many of you may know, this is the home of our Toyota Texas manufacturing plant, which produces our Toyota Tundra and Tacoma trucks, and from which we have a number of very special guests from that facility here with us today. Thank you. Being here is also very special to me as a native Texan, because in the coming months, Toyota will be calling the great state of Texas home base for our U.S. headquarters in Plano. Now, before I go any further, I want to extend a special welcome and sincere thanks to our military spouse guests that have joined us. Can I please ask you to stand and receive a round of applause? The military spouses panel that we heard today was tremendously enlightening, and Toyota continues to be committed to both our veterans and military spouses. Our goal? To develop world-class resources that address the unique challenges they face and that will help them find meaningful employment. I must say it's invigorating, both personally and professionally, to be a part of the energy and inspiration of this event. Indeed, finding unique solutions to challenges, big and small, is one of the most audacious and thrilling things that a person can achieve. We all know, and this event proves, that when good ideas are shared, great things can happen. Toyota is committed to supporting, inspiring, and celebrating women to help them go places. We are proud to demonstrate our ongoing commitment by honoring mothers of invention, courageous women who are developing innovative and practical solutions to some of the world's most pressing problems. It's a privilege to be in the room with women who exemplify that spirit. So I'd like to turn the attention back to Miley Moline, who I'm very privileged to share the stage with. And Miley, if I could ask you to join me, please, at the podium. Thank you so much. In recognition, Miley, of the remarkable work that you have accomplished thus far, and help you to continue the work and the inspiring things that we know you will do in the future. We are delighted and absolutely thrilled to present our Toyota Driving Solutions Grant in the amount of $50,000. Congratulations. Miley, we want to thank you again. We admire you, we celebrate you, and we congratulate you. And I think one more round of applause is good.
Thank you.
My presence here is one additional bit of evidence that the American dream need not forever be deferred.
Without bipartisanship, nothing is going anywhere.
Madame
Ma'am, Your Excellency, Your Honor, what do you call the mayor of Houston?
Madam Mayor, if you're being formal.
I never dreamed that I would be Secretary of State, and it is a great honor for me.
Ginger Rogers did everything that Fred Astaire did. She just did it backwards and in high heels.
Well, hello. This is a real privilege for me to be here on stage with some women who are truly game changers in Texas politics and beyond. My name is Mark McKinnon. I'm here, I think, because I worked for 30 years in politics, much of it in Texas, the first 15 in Democratic politics, and then I evolved in the last 15 in Republican politics. But I think I'm the only person in Texas that can say that they worked for Ann Richards and George W. Bush. I also spend a lot of my time now trying to bring the parties together, start an organization called No Labels, so this is a great opportunity for me to come and help bring the parties together through these great women. And one of the Texas Trailblazers on stage with me now is Kay Bailey Hutchison, of course, who served in the U.S. Senate for 20 years, and as we saw, the lone woman from the Lone Star State to serve in the United States Senate. We're really lucky to have her here. And next to her is Liz Chatterton, a Houston native and Democratic consultant who's president of the Chatterton Group, political consulting group in Washington. And she is the first woman to start a direct mail firm in the United States, the very first one to do that. So welcome, Liz. Ambassador Karen Hughes reached the highest levels of public service as counselor to the President, George W. Bush, and head of the White House Office of Communications, also served as Undersecretary of State for Public Diplomacy and Public Affairs, now Worldwide Vice Chair for Burson Marsteller, and I was lucky to work for many years with Karen during the Bush campaigns. Thanks, Karen. Jamu Green is a Fox political analyst, a founding board member of Vote, Run, Lead, and a Democratic strategist who remembers as a little girl being inspired by the female mayor of her hometown of Austin, Carol Keaton Rylander. And I believe you rocked the vote, too, didn't you?
Yes.
You rocked the vote. She was early on Rock the Voter. Senator, would like to start with you. You graduated from law school at a time when Houston law firms weren't even hiring women. You were the first Republican woman elected to the Texas House, then went on to break a big glass ceiling in the U.S. Senate. Sitting here today, what do you think has changed most for women in politics since you first ran in 1972?
Oh, it has changed immensely, Mark, and thank you for all your No Labels efforts. It's changed because when I started 30 years ago, you had to prove yourself. You had so many more obstacles when you were a woman candidate or a woman trying to do something. I think today that tide has turned so that people are looking at our women candidates as the qualifications and the views that they hold and their effectiveness, and we have the same experience level now, so we're not having to struggle so much to show that we are what we really are. So I like where we are today. I think we're in a much better position, and I just hope more women start running for office.
Well, that's a great segue to you, Liz. Obviously a lot of progress, yet women only make up 21% of the state legislature today. Would having more women in Austin make a difference, and what kind of a difference would that make?
Well, Mark, I think having more women in office in any state capital, Austin or otherwise, would actually make a huge difference. As we all know, we're 52% of the population, but when you are only 10, 20, 30% of the elected representation, it means that your voices aren't being heard. And here we sit 2 weeks, or a little bit less than 2 weeks from a midterm election, and I will tell you the power of your vote. I did a little homework. Before I came. In 2002, in the state of Texas, 6.6 million people voted. Now that sounds like a lot, but the truth is that's out of 14 million registered voters. But the really sad number was 2010, which was the last midterm election, exactly what we're facing in 2 weeks. Only 38% of the registered voters in the state of Texas voted, only 4 million voters. And what's really shocking to me is the biggest difference was women. 1.5 million Texas women didn't vote in 2010, but did vote in 2012. That is city council races, state legislative races, that is county commissioner races, not to mention congressional and US Senate races. Those numbers are powerful, and yet we sit it out, and yet you stay home. And I will tell you as a political consultant, and I know Mark can agree on this, sometimes I get people who say to me, I sit out an election to send a message. When you sit out an election, the message you send is, I don't care, and that means we don't care about you. And that's not the way that this is gonna get any better. You gotta show up, you gotta vote. This is nonpartisan, so I'm not up here to tell you who to vote for. But I am here to tell you that your vote is powerful, and if you sit it out, then other people make the decision. So in 2 weeks, please go vote.
Great advice, Liz. Karen, you've been in leadership positions in the Republican Party for many years, including former executive director of the Texas Party. What's been your experience with identifying and encouraging women candidates? And also talk a little bit about how you got involved, because I think it relates to someone here on stage.
Well, I want to echo let me start by echoing what Liz said. I always say every election is a choice, and perfect is never on the ballot. You're going to have to live with one of the people, and so you need to be involved and make your voice and your choice heard. I actually I was fortunate to have a lot of role models. I started my career as a journalist, and Senator Hutchison had been a journalist, a groundbreaking woman reporter in Houston, and then she was elected to the Texas House, and so I got to have her as one of my role models as I went into the political process. But I really was attracted to the political process because as a reporter, I was covering things like city council meetings and school board meetings, and I realized what an impact the decisions being made by those bodies had on people's lives, on everything from the amount of taxes they paid to what their kids learned in school to the hours the swimming pool or the park was open. And so I became very attracted to the political process. I started interviewing candidates from both, and I was actually impressed, very impressed and inspired by the good people from both political parties that I saw that got involved and were willing to risk the criticism and the negative headlines and get involved out of a genuine desire to make their communities a better place. I remember a young dairy farmer who was worried that what regulations in Austin were really negatively impacting his industry, and so he ran for office to try to make a difference. And I met a lot of women there's a woman still serving as a county judge who came through Republican Party candidate schools. I really do think we need more women in every level of office. Women are practical, and women are problem solvers, and I think we need that. I'll stop with one story from the White House. I was at this meeting about really complicated energy regulations, and I was at this conference table, and I was looking around, and I realized every other person in the room was a man. And they were talking about the impact of energy regulations on everyday household appliances. And I had this moment of insight where I thought, I bet I'm the only person in this room who regularly uses a washing machine. And they might want to listen to some of what I say about that.
Jamil, you actually founded an organization dedicated to getting more women in politics at every level. How do you plan to do that? And I'm curious whether or not the nature and tone of politics today makes it increasingly difficult to do that.
The tone of politics is certainly a little more harsh than I've seen in my lifetime, but I think that in and of itself is why we need women. Karen said 2 words that start with P. I think it's also 2 words that start with C. Women are compromisers, and women have a lot of common sense. And those are 2 things that are absolutely missing, I think, from our national politics. But again, it's not just at the national level, it's the local level. Where are we today? For the last 20 years, we've been at 20%. 20 years, 20%, absolutely unacceptable. So Vote, Run, Lead is about accelerating getting more women into political office. And it starts by asking them. Research shows that young boys are socialized by their parents to look at politics as a career choice. That doesn't happen with young girls. Research shows that young men are asked by political parties, they are asked by their friends, they are asked through their work networks to run for office. That does not happen for women. So Vote, Run, Lead, we are about unleashing technology and each other as peers to invite 500,000 women to run for office. 500,000 women being invited to run by 2016 will change that 20% number, because kind of the organizing that has been happening, if you look at kind of more grassroots efforts and really great work that's been done to get us at the largest number of women in Congress than we've ever had. We're still at 20%. We make up over 50% of the population, and it's no longer enough. There's a reason that the founder of eBay, Pierre Omidyar, and the Target Foundation are behind Vote One Lead, because they understand that it's about technology. 19 to 29-year-old young women, they are the power users of social media. So we need social media to invite women to run for office. We need pop culture to invite women to run for office. Thank you, Gloria Steinem, for going on The Good Wife and really putting that message out there. We need more writers and producers to incorporate that message, and we have to use technology to bring in a wave, a surge of women, and then also train them. So when they decide they want to run for office, if it's going to be next week or if it's going to be 5 years from now, there is a place that they can go amongst their peers, a community. They know how to get tips on fundraising. They know what it's going to take to change their life around, what the challenges are going to be, but also what the opportunity is. If you Google women in politics, the top 10 things that come up are messages about how hard it is to run for office. We have to flip that script. It needs to be about how powerful it is, how easy it is, what resources are there, and how you will be supported by not just your personal community, but the broader political community.
You lost me on easy.
Senator, what inspired you to run
pretty
in the
hard
first
times,
place?
right, Senator?
Well, Karen had an experience, and I did too. I was a news reporter. I was covering the legislature, and I thought, that I would just keep in the media business, really. And there was a change in going to single-member districts in Houston, and so the Republican county chairman called and said, "You should run for the legislature." And I said, "Really? Well, tell me about it." I hadn't even thought about it. But then I thought, you know what? I can do this. I've seen it being done. I can do it. I did care about a couple of issues, one of which was an issue very close to our hearts, and that is the fair treatment of rape victims, and also education. So I ran and won, and I was the only, it was the first time there were ever 5 women in the Texas legislature in the House at one time. Always there had been 1, but then there were 5, and that was considered a big explosion. And it's very important, let me say this, in a legislative arena. It's so important that our experiences are brought to the forefront, because I found time and again that I would bring things up, not that men were against, but that they hadn't thought of, because we brought our experiences to the table for the first time. And that was really, for me, one of the real reasons that women should be in the arena.
Forward. Texas is lucky that you did.
Thank you.
Liz, the midterm's just 2 weeks away, and the Democratic nominee is running behind in polls. That can always change, but do you think that what's happening right now, is this a reflection of the Democratic Party in Texas right now, or a reflection of the campaign of Wendy Davis's campaign?
Well, I think that polling is very different when it's in the newspaper than when it is behind the scenes done for campaigns. I know Senator Hutchison and all of us have seen internal polling versus external. So number one, I would tell you that the race isn't over until November the 5th. Number one. Number two, I think, look, the state of Texas, as I just said a moment ago, this is a big state, right? 13.8 million registered voters. I think you can fit every state from Maine all the way down to South Carolina and still have room left over, right? It's a big state. And what I mean by that is when you're going to run statewide, it's going to cost you $40 million. The truth is, to win, it's going to cost you $60. $60 million is a lot of money, right? For anybody. I don't have to tell you, Senator, it's a lot of money. So sure, Democrats are a little behind right now, but I do think that Texas is, I'm not going to say trending blue. I am going to say that Texas is changing a little bit. I think we all know the demographics are changing, but the money's not going to change. And I do think that's going to be something that defines every candidate on both sides of the aisle, male, female, Republican, or Democrat, regardless of any other aspect, whether or not they're going to be able to raise the money to play on television. And that's just the way that goes. That's modern political life. And I know that you know that probably better than anyone, which is part of why, while I absolutely agree with Chamu that we've got to get more women running, I would actually add on what we really need to do is get more women winning. And the truth is there is an enormous difference between running and winning. Winning is hard, but it is a hard worth doing. Anything is hard. Marriage is hard. Kids are hard. Work is hard, okay? So there is no one in this room who is afraid of the hard. The truth of the matter, though, is I do think as women, we are so afraid of judgment that we hold ourselves back from doing something as aggressive and powerful as running for office, whether it is city council, state legislature, United States Senate, President of the United States. Because you are going to go on television, you are going to be in the newspaper, you are going to be seen, you are going to be public, and you are going to be judged. And I think as women, we really fear that. I truly do. And I think it holds us back. I am watching women candidates across the country right now implode. Now, I'm watching a lot of candidates implode, okay, not just women. We're 2 weeks out, and they're out of money, and they're panicking. We all know what this feels like, 2 weeks out from an election. You're pretty much losing your mind at this point. And as a consultant, you know, I've been with a lot of these candidates now for 6 months, 9 months, 12 months. We've been telling them, got to raise more money. You got to stay on message. You got to do all the things that you all know. And sometimes they listen and sometimes they don't. But I will tell you, it is the women candidates that I work with who implode more often, who are fearful to make the big decisions, who won't pull the triggers when they need to on the tough moments, like, are you going to hit back when somebody hits you on the air? And what I would say to all of you is, running for office is not the Betty Crocker bake-off. It's a contact sport. It's an important thing, and it is not easy, but it is crucial that we step up and not just run, but win. And winning takes guts. I'll just tell you that. Yes, your credit. Your credit.
You all have broken a lot of glass ceilings and can talk about a lot of the progress that's been made, more to be made, as we've discussed. But Karen, you can put this in a context about the glass ceiling and say places like Afghanistan. Can you talk a little bit about that and put this all in context a little bit?
Yeah, it's actually it's an interesting story from my time at the White House. I realized it was about November of 2001, and we were trying to communicate to the American people the mindset of the terrorists and the Taliban that we were up against. And I realized that their regressive, horrific mistreatment of women was a window into what the worldview really was. And so I went into the Oval Office one day and I said to President Bush, what would you think about having Mrs. Bush join you to do the radio address this week? And I'd like to focus on the plight of Afghan women. And he looked at me and said, what do you need me for? And so she became the first lady in history to give the president's radio address. And we talked about Afghan women, and it was amazing how it resonated. And from that moment on, I really had a heart for the women of Afghanistan. I finally got to go there. In fact, my jewelry, my lapis jewelry, is from Afghanistan. And you know, I have to tell you, I've never been so proud of our U.S. government in my life as I was when I walked into a little room in Kabul, Afghanistan, and little girls who had been denied an education or the opportunity to learn to read during the 8 years of the Taliban were being taught to read by U.S. government aid workers. And I'll never forget this. We asked the little girls what they wanted to do once they were educated, and one of them said most of them said teacher, which was the only thing they'd ever seen a woman do. They'd never seen a woman do anything. Women had basically been prisoners in their home during the Taliban rule. And one of them said she wanted to write a book one day. And I said, well, I'm writing a book. Is there a message I could convey for you in mine until you get around to writing yours? And her answer through the translator was just immediate and unequivocal. She said, women should be free to go to work, to go to school, and to choose who they want to marry. And as she was 13 years old and facing the very real proposition that she would probably be sold into marriage within the next year. And as I was leaving, the translator came after me and she grabbed me and she said, the little girl wants to tell you something else. Please don't forget them. Please help them live in freedom. And I have to tell you, the eyes of that little girl followed me home, and I still think about her almost every day. And the gains that we've made there are so significant but so fragile. There are 2 million girls in school in Afghanistan today. Women are working again. Women are serving in government. Women have been elected to the parliament. And I think it's really important for our country and the international community to keep its eye on Afghanistan and continue to encourage and support the women there.
Well, we may have somebody running in the next cycle who could be the first woman president of the United States. I'd like to kind of give you all...
Who would that be?
I'd like to let you all take a shot. We'll start with you, Jimmy, because you served as an advisor to Hillary Clinton. And so can you share any insight for us about her decision? And
You know, I probably every night say a little prayer to Secretary Clinton and just hope and pray that she is going to make the right decision. I have no insight other than she is the most experienced person that we could have in that office. And if she decides to run, I haven't met a young woman around the country in my travels who has not asked me, how do I take off a year from college? How do I get engaged? How do I work for Hillary Clinton? And I think her candidacy would, in so many ways, what needs to happen for getting women to run for office will unleash the power of young women to get engaged in politics, to vote. I have a friend here who is 17 years old, and a few weeks ago she told me that she's going to take a year off after high school to work for Hillary Clinton. Lily Adams, right up there. That is what Hillary's candidacy can do for not just young women, but to bring all women more into politics.
Senator, you served with Senator Clinton, if I'm correct,
I did.
right? Any observations about her and her candidacy?
She was a very good senator. I respect her very much. She came into the Senate. She didn't have the entourage. She did her homework. She was a good committee member. She waited her turn to ask the questions, all the things that a really good senator would do. And we co-sponsored the bill. I had sponsored a bill to allow public school districts to offer single-sex schools. And this was something that you could not do in America except for the Young Women's Leadership School in Harlem, which had weathered all the storms and the lawsuits. And I had introduced it when I first got to the Senate, but when Hillary got there, I said, let's do this together. And she said yes, because she knew about the Harlem School. And so we teamed up, which was very important because Ted Kennedy was against it. And so Hillary was very helpful in keeping Ted from killing it. He could have been harder on it than he was. But he was afraid, I mean, his motives were right. He was afraid that a girls' school would end up being separate but not equal. And we were trying to say, no, this is a chance for girls to be able, if they want to, no pressure and no requirement, but if they want to go to an all-girls school, then they can thrive in that atmosphere. And Hillary and I passed that bill, and Rod Page was the Secretary of Education. He went up to the Harlem School to look at it when he was writing the regulations to make sure that he did everything to open it, but to protect so there wouldn't be a separate but unequal situation, so that the girls' school and the boys' school, or the schools for boys and girls, would all have the same standards. And of course, it has just been a huge success. So many public schools are doing it now. We have the Ann Richards School in Austin. We have the girls' school in Dallas, Irma Rangel, named for Irma Rangel, who was the chairman of the Education Committee in the legislature. And they are thriving, and these girls, 100% of them are going to college. It's a wonderful thing. So I think Hillary is very solid. She was a very good senator, and she does have the experience.
We just got a few minutes, so I'm going to, Karen or Liz, if you want to touch on that, you can. But Let me just close out by asking our two Republicans to offer anything that they'd like to say about the kind of job that Barack Obama has done, and then I'm going to ask our Democrats to offer some observations in the spirit of bipartisanship about things that they think that maybe George W. Bush did that was good for the country. So, Senator, can we start with you again?
Well, I will say that Barack Obama is very smart, and what I appreciate about him is that he's a great family man, and Michelle and he obviously have a good marriage. I have to say that I think his leadership is lacking in the area of America's place in the world. I've been very disappointed that he hasn't taken a stronger leadership position. And I think that if I were giving advice to him, it would say, bring in some people who are different. I think he's surrounded by the same kind of people that have had his experience, and I think he needs to diversify the people around him to be able to work better with Congress and work better at being the leader of the greatest country in the free world.
2 years, lots of time left. Liz?
Yes, there is.
Okay, so can I pass on this and go back to Hillary?
Sure.
Okay. Number one, my mother's here, so I can't say a bad word, so I'm not going to talk about George W. Bush. No offense. That was a joke. I'm just teasing. I would really, though, like to use my time
I offered
briefly,
that up. I said that I wanted to
briefly
give
talk
you a
about
shot
Hillary.
to take a question
So
today.
I am going to, first of all, preface what I'm about to say by saying that the views that I'm about to express are mine and mine alone, nor do they belong to my mother. I don't think Hillary Clinton's going to run for president. So I understand everyone in the offices. I can't see you, but I guarantee you're all looking at me like I'm crazy. I don't think she's going to run. I don't think she's going to run for a few reasons, and so I'm going to just throw some numbers out at you. Speaking of the last two, I'm actually going to go to the last three presidents of the United States: Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, and Barack Obama, all 44, 45 years old when they were elected. Hillary Clinton will be 69 years old. There is nothing wrong with being 69 years old, but I don't have to tell you, it's a hard thing to run for president. So I'm not sure she's going to do it, but more importantly, I'm not so certain that she has learned her lesson from 2008. And I understand that may be the single most controversial thing I say today, but here's my point. My job is I'm a message consultant. My job is to tell candidates what the right message is for them to talk to their voters so that those voters will vote for them. That's my job. What I would say to Hillary Clinton if I worked for her is, your message in 2008 was bad. And it was reflected in the fact that you lost some very crucial states. And until she really began to figure out why her message had been failing, and then frankly got better, it was too late. So if Hillary Clinton runs, I'm going to say this, and I'm going to really say this because I say this to every woman in the room who is thinking of running for any office at any point in her life. Campaigns are about candidates. Campaigns are not about candidates. They're about voters. I think Hillary Clinton forgot that it wasn't all about her. She always said I. She never said we. She always said me. She never said you. If Hillary Clinton chooses to run for president, and I do think she is a brilliant, brilliant leader, and I think I would welcome her, certainly as a Democrat, into the race. But I truly hope that she has learned that she needs to speak to her audience and about her audience. It's not all about her. And I would say that to you all as well when you choose to run. It's not all about you. It's about your voters.
Karen.
Well, I have to say about President Obama, it's a hard question to answer because while I didn't agree with his philosophy and didn't vote for him, I did find myself in 2008 inspired by his attempt to unify the country and to call for hope and change. And so I've been very disappointed that I think, and it's not just him, I think it's hard for any president. The president I served, President Bush, was disappointed that he was not able to change the tone in Washington. It's very divisive. People on both sides of the aisle, the special interest groups, force you to be more strident. The media plays the most strident voices. You know, you never see a headline peace and harmony prevailed in Congress today. It would be news if it happened, but it wouldn't be a headline. And so I would say to both the president and to my own party, let's not go through 2 more years of this. Let's be constructive. Let's quit this. let's try to, I think the country desperately wants a change in tone from Washington, and they, the right track, wrong track, which is what we in the political business look at. Do people think the country's on the right track or on the wrong track? And it's been pretty dramatic that the country feels we're on the wrong track, and only our leaders in Washington can fix that. And I would appeal to them over the next 2 years to try their best to do that.
Jimbo, last word.
I'll try to tackle actually both of them. Having been an advisor to Hillary Clinton in 2008, I was just coming off of being president of Rock the Vote. You remember all of the young people who were engaged in the race supporting President Obama. I was an African-American woman. There were a lot of expectations on me to endorse the candidate who I had just given the largest award that Rock the Vote gives, our Rock the Nation Award. And when I endorsed Hillary, I lost friends, I lost colleagues that I had worked with for over 10 years. And over the last 6 years, all of them have come back to me and said, you were right, I was wrong.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Game changers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You were great. Thank you.
It's time for the women to stop being politely angry.
You know what people say, there are not enough qualified women. That's one of the biggest bullshit things I've ever heard. Yeah.
Justice needs to be fought for and needs to be demanded.
So we're coming to the end of our time together after hearing some extraordinary women today. I think that the group we heard from have brought us an understanding of experiences far different from our own, and also, I think, showed us what the human heart can be capable of in so many instances here. A lot of people have asked me, after hearing the moving discussion with Sister Rosemary, where they can find her purses, and I want you to know they are available in the lobby. And also, if you want to go online, you can get them at sistersunited.com. So we haven't forgotten Sister Rosemary's purses. They are actually available. I do hope you'll all buy one, because we now know what wonderful things they're going to do with that money. We also heard some very memorable sort of mottos, in a sense, when you pull them out from these women, these great participants. Gloria Steinem said, "I'm keeping my torch and I'm using it to light the torches of other people." I hope that's true of all of you here. Dia Khan said, "Silence is what allows any kind of abuse to exist." Betty Eastley said, "Being a caregiver makes you want to be better and do better. Start where you are." Eva Longoria told us, "One day you're going to have a voice, so make sure you have something to say." Rosie Castro said, "When it comes to change, you have to do the work. No one will do it for you." Robbie Damelin, "When you give up being a victim of your circumstances, you will be set free." And Sister Rosemary, "You don't have to have a degree to know love. All of us have PhDs in our hearts for love." Let's thank these extraordinary women for what they've done. And let's also thank the fantastic, generous, and hard-working people and organizations that helped make today such a memorable one. Our presenting sponsor, Toyota, how generous they were today to the mother of invention. Our leadership sponsors, the City of San Antonio and Credit Suisse. Our supporting sponsors, the CE Group, Liz Claiborne at JCPenney, Mercara Hotels and Spa, and the Omni La Mansion del Rio. Thank you, all of you, for supporting that vision that you brought to us at Women in the World. It's been such a pleasure to work with you all. A big, big hand to all of you. And A huge thank to our great moderators who joined us today and gave so generously of their time. Eva Longoria, Marie Brenner, Alicia Menendez, Janja Arbo-Russell, Elise Nelson, Sarah Lucero, and Mark McKinnon. They were all terrific, I thought. And I do want to give a special thanks to the Joan Kroc Institute for Peace and Justice, where the awe-inspiring Robbie Damlin is a visiting fellow. This peacemaking program is something that everyone should look at online. They are an extraordinary institution. Thank you also to my treasured co-hosts, Mayor Ivy Taylor, Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison, Marie Brenner, Ambassador Karen Hughes, Sonya Medina Williams, Guillermo Nicolas, Aaronetta Pierce, Sandra Phillips, Sheryl Sculley, Gloria Steinem, and Diane von Furstenberg, who rocked the house today, I thought. And this is a fun one. There's a group of local women deserving of a big hand. We call them the Lone Star Leaders. We asked them to tap into their social networks, and they answered their call to sell tickets and spread the word for this event, and look how well they did it. The woman who sold the most tickets, I'd like to call out now, is Carrie Baker Wells. Carrie, if you're out there, stand up. Where are you, Carrie Baker Wells? I hope you're there. Thank you, Carrie. Her efforts helped raise a lot of money for the Young Women's Preparatory Network as a portion of each ticket that went to support that organization. We've now asked some of our most passionate participants to return to the stage to give you some other ideas, because we don't want to just leave you with thoughts and discussions. We also want to ask you to listen to what we call a call to action. And so now I'd like to call on the stage, please, Dia Khan, Betty Easley, Sister Rosemary, Rosie Castro, and Gloria Steinem to come up and give us their own personal calls to action today. Let's hear it for you, ladies. Come on up. Come on out.
I am Dia Khan, and I would like to say that life is far too short and the problems are far too great. I believe that we all have the capacity to contribute and to play our little part, whatever that might be. It might be giving a smile to a person that we would otherwise never acknowledge. It might be changing the way your country runs. It might be telling each other stories or just bearing witness. But with love, compassion, non-violence, and most of all, solidarity, I think women can finally change the world and take our rightful place in running it.
My name is Betty Easley, and this is a call to action. Women in the world, there is a time to be silent, and there is a time to speak. Let's continue to move forward and lift up our voices as a nation.
I am Sister Rosemary Nyirumbe, and I would like to invite you to join me in the effort and struggle to bring hope and dignity to women in Africa, in northern Uganda, in the world, and everywhere. And please don't be afraid to do it, because you can start with one woman, one child at a time. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rosie Castro, and I want to thank you, Tina, for bringing women in the world to San Antonio, and thank you to the sponsors and to all of you who have been here. I think we've heard a lot of amazing stories today, and it shows how collectively we have a great deal of power, and how with our brothers in arms, we will be able to engage our communities not only in the electoral process, but in volunteerism, and fully engage them in the communities. The one thing I'd love to see before I die, and I'm getting there, is to see this nation finally elect its first woman president. So I hope that happens soon.
My name is Gloria Steinem, and I'm sort of overcome with being the last person here. Let's see. Each one of you has such trust from your friends, such internal knowledge of particular experiences you've had. Somebody who's experienced something is more expert in it than the experts. Using what happened to you to help others is the final stage of healing. We all have dollar power. We all have vote power. There's a miracle of power within each one of you. So here's my deal I want to make with you. If each of you here promises me that in the 24 hours, beginning tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., we'll give you a little leeway, you promise me that you will do at least one outrageous thing in the cause of social justice in that 24 hours, right? Can be as simple as saying pick it up yourself, can be as complicated as saying run for office, or telling each other your salaries, or saying where you work, how come everybody here is white, I'm going snowblind, or only you know what it should be. But if you do this one outrageous thing in the next 24 hours, I promise you that I will do one outrageous thing, and two things will result. One is that by the weekend, the world will be better. And the other is that you will have such a good time that you will never again get up in the morning without saying, what outrageous thing am I going to do today? Thanks.
So there you have it. So, San Antonio, I don't want you to leave by thinking that you've just been a little bit empowered today. We don't want you just to be a little bit empowered. We want you, therefore, to bring that serious work to the table. We want you to take the emotions that you felt today, all the insights that you've heard, the courage you've seen, and transform them into decisive and meaningful action, one act at a time. You can contribute your time and your money to the worthwhile organizations that you saw on the stage today. Every one of the women, many of them anyway, on the stage today have organizations that they care enormously about, and you're going to see them in your program. And there's an outreach page there, and it will tell you how to get in touch with them and how to stay engaged. And if you want to donate time or money, or simply continue to learn about these places and these women and the organizations they represent, it's all there at the back. And I want to thank you now for sharing all of your energy and optimism and passion. And you guys upstairs, I'm so pleased that you were there and that you stayed throughout, and it was great to see that those balconies filled. There's no debating this fact. The women of Texas really are awesome, that this was a good place to start in Texas. Your hearts are big, your wits are sharp, you make things happen. Do you think we should come back to San Antonio? Okay. We'll think about it, okay? And please, all of you, I hope that you'll consider attending our Women in the World Summit in New York in April. It's there. Check out your program, and you'll find out how to get tickets. They're already starting to go. They're sure to go fast. We'd love to see you all there, every one of you. I hope there'll be a huge San Antonio contingent. And thank you, everybody, for being with us. We've had an amazing time being here, an incredible time working with the city of San Antonio, and Sheryl Sculley and her amazing team, and Mayor Ivy. So thank you, everybody, and I hope we'll see you in New York. Thank you.